Okay. Hello and welcome. If this is your first time watching me, welcome. If you have watched me before, welcome back. If you don't know who I am Coco Covers, your Catgirl Bard, and I am also a visual novel developer, and I own and I'm the lead developer at Cats and a Lillipad Studios, where I also go by Seal. I have 3 working titles at the moment. One released, which is Moonflower, with a DLC after ending on the way. One deep in development, the in-between, and one future title that we released a demo for as a jam of a Heart Agency. Now, I am primarily a BL developer, but today I am continuing an Otome playthrough for Mirage Noir. I played a little bit of this the other day. I'm quite proud of that transition that I made. So yeah, this is a new, a relatively new extended demo that they've released for this game, and it is I would say it's a murder mystery. I enjoyed what I played the other day. I have no idea how far through what I actually got, but we are currently staging a jailbreak. We play as a detective or a assistant at a detective agency. There has been a murder, and I think she's the only one who's going to be able to solve it. And of course, there are some very hot boys along the way. So yeah, let's. They have had a Kickstarter running. It ended, I think, yesterday, but they do have late pledge enabled on Kickstarter, which is actually a fairly new thing that Kickstarter is doing. And that allows you to continue to pledge to a campaign after it has successfully funded and closed. So if you missed their campaign while they were running, you can still check it out now, and you still have time to support. And everything goes towards their stretch goals, which I believe their last stretch goal was partial voice acting. I'm not entirely sure what stretch goals they had left, but I'm pretty sure one of them, at least, was partial voice acting. So, where were we? Oh yes. I really like this save screen. I did not know that you could actually do such a large, such a large version of the save screenshot. I think this is just the coolest. I have never seen a save screen that looks like this. I don't get an awful lot of time to play other games. I spend most of my time neck deep in trying to develop my own, and I am not quick about it at all. I'm not someone who likes writing, so writing my game has been such a struggle for me. But I can program something in a couple of weeks if I have to. But like writing it's so hard. But this, I really like going through other indie devs' visual novels and kind of seeing what they do. Like, there's always something that I find in pretty much everyone else's games that I'm just like, I didn't even know you could do that. Like, and then I wanna like dissect their code. Like, I need to know how that exists. And this is one of those things of like, it's probably such a simple thing that they've done, and I have just like, it's just completely blown my mind. I think this is so cool. Perhaps I'm very easily impressed. I have to hit load. I see. The footsteps SFX do make me laugh though. I find them the hardest thing as a developer to like find ones that don't sound goofy. Footsteps tend to be very dramatic. I think she is super cute. I love her little buns. Well, here we are. My heart is pounding with nervousness, but I can't deny there's something that I can't deny there's some excitement in it too. Leave it to us. We'll get the keys as fast as we can. He is my favorite. Theory. He's a prince and he is pretty. So pretty. Be careful, you two. Got it. You guys be careful too. So stumpy. I love the jacket draped over the shoulders look. There's just something so, yeah. I can't think of the word that I'm thinking is not something I necessarily want to say on stream. But it has a personality to it, and I just think it's such a funny such a funny design. Like, you kind of, oh, why oh no, that's the old one. Stream Elements is making itself known. But yeah, you kind of, you can always tell what you're getting in for when with a personality when they're wearing their jacket like that. Oh man, it's getting warm already. Blah. It's almost 30 already, and it's only 10 o'clock in the morning. This is some bullshit. Did you need something else? Oh, yeah. Just one more thing. I quickly figure out a path based on my earlier visualization. I can remember the layout of the place well enough, but it's a bit harder to connect the dots and envision a way out, especially under time pressure. Having him stare at me the whole time isn't helping much either. If there's a fork in the road, I'd recommend always prioritizing the left path. It's a bit of a detour, but the other path has a lot of security cameras there, so it might be riskier. I'll keep that in mind. I don't know if he actually believes me, but I've done all I can for now. Okay, thank you. Is everything alright? Sorry, I'm coming. Bye then, Your Highness. Oh no, they're running. The running is just funny. I suffer doubly from from trying to find sound effects, because not only am I a dev who does my own programming, so I need to find things like this, but I'm also an audio engineer. So finding sound effects is a massive part of my job, and footsteps and running are just one of the hardest things that I find to actually find. They're either too like background noisy, or they don't have the right like speed or gait, or it's just... Foley is something that I really wish that I could do though, because like if you watch any like the kind of videos around how they actually make Foley, the things that they use for, like, you know, like snapping celery sticks for bones breaking, and washing spaghetti for other questionable noises, things like that. It's very interesting to see what sound effects are actually come from. Sammy, keep an eye on them. If she tries anything, lead the police over to where they are. Jem will be fine. Oh, okay, just chucking him in the deep end then. Got it. I don't think you need to worry though. Why do you say that? Dunno. Intuition. I like the Sammy, probably. It's pretty rare for... See, he's another one that doesn't wear his coat properly. These men have an issue with their coats, and it's just... You just know what kind of personality you're in for when they wear their jacket like that. It's pretty rare for Sammy to vouch for someone he just met. Let's trust his judgment for now, yeah? He's just so pretty. I suppose. Oh! Would you like to play the following section in easy or hard mode? You can switch from hard to easy mode at any time, but not the other way around. Oh, what? That's interesting. You can drop your difficulty, but you can't up it? That's an interesting choice. So if it's too easy, you're stuck like that, but if it's too hard, you can go down. I wonder where they've done that. I play easy on everything. I love the way that there's the little animation things. I would love to do animation things to... This probably wouldn't be too hard to do with choices. You just need to change the alignment on the active, but I really like the way that it shifts. I really wanted to program, when I completely redid the UI for the in-between. Oh my god, can you hear the washing machine going? It shakes my entire, like my entire desk, my bed, my windows rattle because I, like, my wall, the washing machine was on the other side of it. But yeah, I had an idea with my new UI that all of the elements of the U would like kind of like move, like slide in or out. With Moonflower, we did a little bit where things will kind of ease in and ease out. I would love to do something like that with the UI for the in-between. I think there's a lot that kind of I would really... Yes, I'm sure about easy mode. I am very stupid. There's so much that I'd like to do, and I don't have the time to allow it. Like, I'm gonna be completely changing the phone system. I have another moment where Micah goes to Leon's apartment building and he puts a code into like a security panel. I'm gonna make that interactable so that you like you can actually like input like guess the code yourself. And I'm getting some new assets for that, but then I'll also need to think about like supporting UI for that with like giving hints and things like that. I want to completely change the phone system. Everyone currently hates the way that the text messages run, and I don't disagree. You get stuck in them when you're replaying, or if you have to, you know, if you do rollback or anything like that, and you get stuck in them again. They're a nightmare for testing. I'd really like to update them so that like Micro's responses that are being automated is like a choice or something like that. I'm not entirely sure what I'll change it to yet, but I want to try and make them so that people don't get stuck in them. If you've played A Date with Death, and during the call systems they like that little like kind of messaging system pops up that, you know, the MC can like respond to things that that Grim sends. I think that's kind of the like what I'd like to try and do with the phone system, but I'm not sure yet. Alright, I'll be guiding both groups from here. Now then, let's begin. There's a camera up ahead. Ready? What do you want me to do? I don't know. Camera has been disabled. 2 left. I literally have no idea what I'm meant to be doing in that section. If I'm meant to remember that map, I have not. Oh, that's right. You collect evidence. And this was from the crime scene. So, you said you looked for lost animals a lot? Yeah, I'm a detective, though I don't really get assigned a lot of detective work. In fact, today was my first case. Oh. And you stumbled into such a complicated situation. I'm sorry about that. It's okay. I feel like being in this situation is 99% my own fault anyway. There's a fork in the road here. We should go left. Are you sure? From what I remember, the security office should be straight ahead, right? It's left, isn't it? Although I don't know where they're actually coming out. She did say earlier, though, you should always go left. But if they're coming out at the fork, don't they have to go left to get to the security? I don't know. I'm bad with directions, and I've got, like, pigeon brain. I remember absolutely nothing. I remember there being a shortcut if we took this route. I know it's hard to trust me, but I believe you. Huh? You said you had a good memory, didn't you? No, don't trust my memory. Don't do it. There's no point doubting you right now. Looks like there's another security camera. Should I disable it? guess. Camera has been disabled. One left. Never mind. Just use the last disabled on the other two. I'm all out. Good thing there was one more left for them. I guess that's what easy mode is. You have to decide if you want your cameras to work for only you or the other pair as well. I do like games that have like some kind of like puzzle system or like things that you have to like remember and interact with and things like that that have an easy mode if you're more interested in just like, you know, the stories and things like that. The actual like settings for this, you can just completely bypass the the like the difficulty levels altogether. This is the story mode. Correct answers for the logic deductions will be marked. Choices that raise affection will be marked. I would likely turn on the logic one's just playing for myself, but we see where we go in these, like in these playthroughs. There's the office. Let's find the key quickly and oh, what is it? What is it not there? There's a key with a post-it note labeled main key pointed towards it. Very advanced security system. Sometimes you forget where you put things. But taping the key to the window where everyone can see and labeling it seems like a bit of overkill. Well, you won't find me complaining. Okay. Let's go meet up with the other two now. Ah, there they are. Sorry we took so long. I have the key here. Let me unlock the door. Was it locked to begin with? Didn't she just wander in? We actually made it. Not bad. He raises his hand to high five, and I instinctively tap my palm against his before realizing how surreal this whole situation is, right? He's a gangster. Just casually high-fiving the gangster that you just broke out of prison. Nice detective work. Thanks. I just helped a gangster break out of jail. I didn't think I was that kind of girl. I hate to do this to you right after you helped, but Theory will be on my ass if I don't. Like that it upset you. Huh? Oh! Oh, that's rude. The prince will be upset if I don't punch you in the face and knock you out. Darling prince. Wow. My eyes slowly open, and it takes me a couple of moments to reorient myself. Ow, ow, ow. My head's been going through it today, in more ways than one. Did Alexei knock me out? I'm still alive, which is good. I'm not restrained or anything, which is also good. But where am I? These backgrounds are so pretty. I am such a sucker for backgrounds. Like, I am obsessed with the backgrounds in my own games. Which I guess you'd want the developer to be impressed by their own content's art. My background artist is incredible. But I don't know. Good backgrounds are just... I glance around. The blurriness in my vision beginning to fade, and I realize that some parts of this room look vaguely familiar. Wait, isn't this the place I saw in the photograph? But how did I know what it looked like? I've never been here previously, and people can't dream things they've never seen before, right? Oh man, do I have an echo? Is my microphone picking up through my friggin' headphones as well? What is going on? Or am I hearing it from somewhere else? That's unpleasant. Don't like that. People can't dream about things they've never seen before, right? That means... No way, no way, no way. Does that mean it actually was a vision of the future? You're awake. Eek! Ah! He is so cute. Look at him. Another boy who doesn't wear his jacket properly. What is with these boys in their jackets? At least he's got one sleeve in. I get startled by the person who suddenly pops up next to me, though I think I ended up scaring him just as much. Sorry. My bad, We share a laugh as we both start and stop talking at the same time. Are you alright? He's so cute. I really need a pink-haired boy. I guess I kind of have a lilac boy, but I need a pink-haired boy. Yeah, I'm okay. What about you? I'm okay too. I'm Jem, by the way. Oh! The fake policeman! I didn't know you were the same guy. The same person as the guy I ran into this morning. You remember me? Of course! You were the cute guy with the nice clothes from the plaza, right? Oh, look at you blush! You blush! A cute boy. Don't you mean the nice guy with the cute clothes? Freeing our hostage, Jem? Alexei slides into the conversation easily. I watch him warily to make sure he doesn't try anything again, but he keeps his hands in his pockets and makes no moves in my direction. She's not a hostage. She helped you, Alexei. You could be a bit more grateful. Hey, I had to knock her out. Do you know how Theory is about the secrecy of this place? Don't worry, I didn't even harm her. My head hurts a lot, actually. So I love that noise. Sorry, my bad. What the heck? Hello, random boy. Seems to be a head peeking at me from behind the sofa. Is he waiting for me to say something first? Hi. Hello. Another new person I've never met before yet somehow recognized due to that picture. I'm Sammy. We talked to each other briefly earlier. Oh, yeah, thank you for your help with the cameras. You helped too. Yet look what they did to thank you. Heartless, trash, scum of the earth. Stop looking at me. I'm staring at you. I love that. I love that look in his face. All I told you to do was to bring her back with us and make sure she couldn't figure out where we were going. You could have just blindfolded her. I feel like some of you are forgetting that it's my job to be violent. Alright, I'm sorry, okay? Do you need an ice pack or pills? Or an ice pack and pills? Are those the only treatments you know? Where I live, it's either nothing or surgery. I'm okay. I don't need an ice pack or pills or surgery. You sure? I know a pretty good surgeon. I'm sure you do. I think the best course of action would be to send her home to rest. Theory? What did you want to talk to her about? We shouldn't keep her here for too long. I'm not sure what to do either. I won't tell anyone, I swear. Not about your involvement in the jailbreak or your super cool, ultra secret spy headquarters. Spy, huh? I kinda like the sound of that. No need to use such fancy words. We're just a bunch of dudes dicking around. Huh? Hmm? Allow me to apologize for bringing you here. As well as for your rough treatment. I'm naturally suspicious of everyone due to my position, but I shouldn't have dragged an unrelated citizen into this. It's okay, I understand. I know I seemed a little sketchy. You were quite a bit more than just a little, I'd say. What? You're one to talk. You're the one doing the jailbreak. She was just there, innocently, bringing information to a framed man. There are far more suspicious people in this. Prince? Well, now that all the apologies are done, why don't we take the time to introduce ourselves? There's no need to keep up this tense atmosphere, is there? Gem is so cute. Is that what she wants? I think they got involved in all this because I wanted to do more. I wanted to know more about that vision I saw. And this place and these people are clearly related to it. So for now, I'll place my trust in them. I've already involved myself this much. Might as well see this case through to the very end. Besides, I don't think they're dangerous. It's just a feeling I'm getting. Though I'm sure Theo would get mad at me if I said that I was basing all this off of instinct. I wonder when I got so reckless. Introductions sound good. I'm curious about you guys too. Great, I'll start then. My name's Gem, as I said earlier. Nice to meet you. I respond as politely as I can, though the look of surprise he gives me makes me think I've said something rude. What? Do you not know who I am? I don't think so. Should I? No, it's fine. It's better this way. He runs the Gemstones channel. Lexi, you didn't need to tell her. You're the third most famous person in this room. You'll live, lover boy. The channel name sounds familiar, and I soon realised it's because I've seen people watching it during lunch break. Oh, wait, I do know you. I have a lot of co-workers who watch your content. You're that cosplayer who streams a lot, right? I'll check out your channel later when I get home. And I'll make sure to subscribe too. You don't have to, but thank you. He's got 2 blushy faces. He's so cute. I'm still on blushy face too. I try and use the expressions that I have for the bard, but it requires me actually pressing a button to change them, and I forget. I forget that they're a thing that I have. Let's go back to neutral. I'll go next. He still seems a bit suspicious of me, but the fact that he's letting me stay for introductions must mean I'm tolerable for now. Baby steps, I suppose. You know who I am, I'm assuming. Of course, Your Highness. There's no need to address me so formally. You can call me by my... that feels illegal. You can call me by my first name. I'll try. I absolutely will not try. Get kidnapped and then, oh, you can use my first name. I don't think so. If you must attach a title, could you at least call me Prince Theory? Okay, that I can do. He really is much different than what I was imagining. Alexi Diola. I work in debt collection, but I'm on a forced sabbatical. Currently, I'm a wanted criminal accused of murder and breaking out of prison. You did break out of prison. Is he waiting for me to introduce myself first? Oh, I'm Yunie, age 24. Currently working at the Douglas Detective Agency. Went to college outside of Solari and majored in... Okay, I get it, you're a hacker. You did a background check on me. Do you stalk people for a living? It's just a hobby. Only when I'm bored. Really? What's your occupation then? Pro gamer. I destroy noobs online. Poor noobs. Huh? Don't mind him. That's just how he talks. He's online so much that he's forgotten how to act in real life. I see. Oh no, Sammy is chronically online. Something wrong with how I act in the real world. Uh-huh. So is this your secret base? You guys called it a hideout earlier, right? That must mean it's a pretty important place. Nah. I just named it that because it sounded cool. It did look rather ordinary for a secret base. But I'd been hoping there'd be a cool hidden basement or something. I think you just dashed her dreams, Sammy. So, no secret operatives, no foreign secrets or exciting heists? I think you have the wrong idea about us. We're very normal. You just broke somebody out of jail. Oh, well, this is this and that is that. I give him a look and he just smiles back innocently. We're really just a couple of friends that meet here sometimes because it's a safe space for us. Don't make it sound so special. This is my house and they're just trespassing. Don't be so stingy, Sammy. Someone who doesn't pay rent doesn't get to complain. Money over friendship, I see. This entire place is yours? Mm-hmm. Whoa. I think I can fit my entire studio apartment into just the living room. Rich people have it so nice. This house is huge. You must make a lot of money to be able to afford a place like this. Something like that. What's with that non-committal answer? It's either that or your parents are loaded. Maybe they're all squatters. So what now, Your Royal Highness? I suppose it wouldn't be right to detain you any longer. You may leave, but you'll be placed under surveillance until this investigation is over. I hope you understand. And please try to keep quiet about everything you witnessed today. I don't want to threaten you, but it's incredibly important that this remains a secret. Don't you need help? Pardon me? With the investigation? Or can you hire private investigators to help you? It sounded like you couldn't reveal your involvement, though. Well, just in case you forgot, I am a detective. You haven't solved any murder cases before. Everyone has to start somewhere. Or is this a 30 years of work experience needed type of job? I fail to see what you get out of this arrangement. Recognition, connections, money. Blunt honesty. I like it. Altruism and networking are nice, but money pays the bills. The economy's been rough these past years. Volunteering for a prince in this economy? I don't think so. Thanks, Theory. Thanks, Theory. Thanks, Theory! I appreciate that you think I could tank a country's economy all by myself, but unfortunately, it takes far more capable people than me to do that. That's such a thanks Obama moment. I wonder if they did that on purpose, or if it's just a coincidence that it reminds me of that. Of course, we'll pay you for the job. But is there nothing else you desire? Tell me, what do you desire? Well, there is the vision reason, but they'll think I'm crazy if I share it. I'm just nosy. I want to figure out what's going on. Besides, my boss won't let me work on any interesting cases, so this is my only opportunity. Prince Theory still seems a little hesitant, so I quickly add one more thing before I can stop myself. Please, I need more experience. There's something I need to do, no matter what. Crap, did that sound too desperate? Please, give us a few moments to discuss this. Okay, I'll just be over here then. Not much discussing going on over here, Your Highness. I'm sure you are all aware of where I stand on this. What about you, Mr. Intuition? Background check came in clean. Parents separated when she was young. She's been living with her dad since then, but moved out as soon as she was able. Other than the few years she went to college, she's lived here all her life. No records of getting into any trouble. Seems like a normal person to me. I don't mind if she stays. Wow, really? That's nicer than anything you've ever said about me. Take a look at your own background check before complaining. Alexi, what about you? You asking if I trust her? Yes. Sure, maybe. Doesn't matter. I don't feel threatened by her, and that's all I care about. I'm fine with letting her stay. That's what I thought you'd say. I'm okay going along with whatever everyone decides. That's what I thought you'd say too. Do you not want her to, Theory? I don't have anything against her. She's helped us so far, so of course I'd like to trust her. However, why not treat this like a test? Pardon? I do like the way that the sprites replace each other. I wonder if they have... I always want to break into people's code. I want to look at their internals. I wonder if they have some like way of like that it automates replacing, or if they have to like show hide every time they replace this, like they do the sprite switch, which gets old real fast in programming. So much of visual novel programming is just show this, hide this, show this, hide this. Arranging assets is mind-numbing. That's what I'm doing at the moment for my beta for the in-between. I have 2 chapters written and edited, and I have put them into code, and now I'm going through and adding all the assets to them, and it's just, I never have enough expressions for what I need for the script that I've written, but then I'm already tired of changing the expression every couple of sentences for what I do have. I ended up getting more expressions because there just wasn't enough, but there's too many, and expressions are a nightmare. And mine don't change for like the individual parts, they're just one face. So it's like, you know, happy, sad, confused, surprised. And even that is bullshit to change all the time. Especially when you've got like a 200,000 word game. It's like you're changing things like line by line sometimes, and it's just, it is so time consuming. Have her help with the investigation. You don't need to trust her to do that, right? You can decide afterwards if she's trustworthy enough based on how she does. Besides, she doesn't look very dangerous, see? Huh? Sammy has the devotion of suspect Y too? Is she going through his bookshelf? I heard it was super rare, so I never thought I'd run into someone who has a copy other than me. I haven't read mine in years. I should... let's put it back. See? Harmless. Are we not going to talk about how she just ripped the cover off with her bare hands and then shoved it back into the bookshelf to hide her crime? It already looked broken. Also, since when did you care about books? I don't. Fine. Fine. I will trust her for now and revisit my decision after the investigation. Thanks, Theory. Your Highness. You gotta get out more if the mere thought of hanging out with someone new causes you to break out in cold sweat. Perhaps my current companions have given me a bad impression of what friendship entails. Can't believe she broke his book. I suppose there are worse things of his that she could have broken, but... After a little mishap, I decided to sit on the sofa instead and not touch anything else. I can't believe I broke it. Why did it just crumble like that? Hi. Hi. Why do you look like that? Is it because of the book? He saw! I'm really, really sorry. Can I pay you back in installments? Is that expensive? How do you have it and not know? It's not like you could just find a copy anywhere. Kinda. Don't worry about it then. Huh? Are you sure? If it bothers you, just help with this investigation and we'll call it even. Wait, does that mean... Yunie! We made a decision. Jem is so cute. I love him. I'm also suspicious of him though. It's usually the cute ones who are the absolute psychopaths. I don't know if this game will go down a path like that. Probably not. But I've played Amnesia and I don't trust anyone after that. I can tell me away. Atome trauma. I sit up instantly, hands folded in my lap, and embrace myself for the news. If you are still interested, we would like to enlist your help for this investigation. Really? Of course I'm still interested. Thank you so much. I won't let you down, I promise. Didn't know you were so invested in my freedom. She's clearly more interested in the investigation than you. Oh, but please don't feel pressured. If you can't figure it out, we can work something else out instead. Don't stress too much. Make sure to stress out just a little bit though. My life is on the line here. Thank you so much for the opportunity. You don't know how much this means to me. Seems a little reverse. I feel like I should be the one thanking you here. Yeah, so do it. Jem takes a seat next to me, and the rest of the boys get settled in around us. Kinda feels like we're a team, doesn't it? I've never been on one outside of a class before. It's exciting. Well, I should make the most of this. I'll probably never get an opportunity like this ever again. Okay then, let's see what we're dealing with here. Do we have any more information on the case? Here's the case overview. Nisha, 29 years of age, found in the alley behind Celestial and the Cosmolux Hotel. Discovered dead at approximately 11 AM. Time of death is around 8 AM. Cause of death is a blow to the back of the head. No other wounds were found on the body. You okay? You can sit this one out if you want to. It's fine. I'm used to it. His response is quick and flippant, though I can't help but notice some sadness in his eyes. He and that Misha guy must have been close. Nisha's autopsy report has been filed to evidence. His body was found by a third party who was passing by and reported the corpse immediately. It was just lying there like that in broad daylight? No. It was completely hidden in the dumpster before it was discovered. The police just moved it out to take pictures. Crime scene photo has been added to evidence. Do you really like the UI? Strix was one of the artists that, like the graphic artists that I looked at when I was looking for UI artists for my own games as well. I ended up going with someone else because budget, but they are so good. And I'll forever be amazed by the little animations that they do within their UIs. They look so good. Does it say why they arrested Alexi? 1 second, I'll check. I don't know why either. I was just strolling innocently around town when they grabbed me. Didn't even let me get my morning coffee. I'm not sure how innocent that stroll was. You did knock someone out, but since it helped me, I'll keep quiet. What time was that? Oh, it was after the murder though, because the boss got a call. So it's not like she can alibi or anything like that. I'm impressed you didn't resist. I was going to. But then I thought about how poor Theory would tear all these beautiful locks out from stress. My hair appreciates your restraint. What? Why does it say the suspect was captured on camera going into the alleyway shortly before the body was discovered? Ugh. Oops, I forgot about that. Permission to lock him back up? Permission granted. Wait. Wasn't there to kill anyone? I'm sure. No, serious. Look. He fishes his phone out of his pocket and shows it to us. 10. Alleyway. You normally listen to what every sketchy scam message tells you to do? Obviously not. I just thought it was from Sasha. His orders are normally written like that too. You don't know his number? He changes it all the time for security reasons. He usually doesn't bother telling me. I see. And what was so important that he had to make you go there? Not sure. I thought I was supposed to pick something up from someone, but there was no one there. I looked around for a bit, but didn't see anything, so I left. I asked Nico earlier, and he didn't know either, so maybe it wasn't Sasha. But in that case, I have no clue who sent it. Who's Nico? My brother's advisor. You'll probably see him around. Didn't know gang leaders had advisors. Sammy, can you try tracing the message? Fine. It's most likely a burner phone, though. Text to Alexi has been added to evidence. That's the end of the report. Now that we got that boring stuff out of the way, how are we doing this? We should probably split up the work, yeah? I'll stay here and go through the security logs. So not even this is enough to get you to change your shut-in ways? I'll be holding down the fort, cheering you on. Go, Alexi, go. I've never heard of more monotone encouragement in my life. I'll check back at the office then. Misha might have left some clues there. No, you stay here. What? Why? Maybe because you're on the run from prison? Did you forget that you're a wanted man? It's nothing new, just another day for me. Besides, I'm not one to sit here and twiddle my thumbs while the rest of you are helping me. But I'm the only one who can get in there anyway. Your disguises may be good, but the gang is trained to be paranoid. There's no way I'd let you go by yourself. I'll be careful. Promise, I do not trust you at all. I don't believe you, but fine. You'd probably just escape and go if we locked you in here anyway. And you'd be correct. If you lock him in here with me, I will call the police and turn him in myself. Thanks for the ill-intentioned support, Sammy. I'll investigate the crime scene then. Sneaking in as a police officer shouldn't be too hard. You just want an excuse to wear that outfit again. What's wrong with that? I worked hard on it. Thanks to a certain someone spilling a beer on my old one, by the way. I thought we agreed not to bring that up again. I'll check the police station to see if I can gather any information that might not have been uploaded digitally. I'd like to speak with the investigators involved as well. Are you sure it's okay for you to do that publicly? There should be no issue as long as I state that I am there to investigate the convict that escaped. I can't believe the Crown Prince of Solari is strolling around doing common detective work. Gonna rip into them for letting the big bad gangster escape? Oh yeah. How did you get the guards to leave without revealing yourself? I was surprised when there were none in the jail when I arrived. That was Sammy's handiwork, I believe. It wasn't anything big. I hacked into the security system at the chief's office. It was funny watching them scramble around trying to fix it. Sammy, you're kind of scary. Thank you. No wonder there were so many guards at the end. They must have realized they were duped and came running with their tails tucked between their legs. I can already feel the headache that will be coming during my next meeting. No use complaining. I'm getting paid to be their personal therapist. Not enough, if you ask me. Now then, detective. They all turned to look at me with varying degrees of enthusiasm. What do you plan to do? I don't believe investigating elsewhere is necessary. So you can choose who you want to accompany. After we're done, let's meet up back here to share information. That way you won't miss out on anything no matter who you choose to go with. Sounds good. Let's see. Prince Theory will be at the police station. Alexei will be at the Diola office. Jem will be at the crime scene and Sammy will be here. Who do I want to accompany? Let's make a save there. Hey, Dusk. Okay, so who should we follow? Do we want our gangster, our prince, our cosplay streamer, or our hacker? How's it going? I am sleepy. I have been playing Dragon Age Veilguard. I finished it. I put like 90 hours in. And my sleep schedule is completely screwed up. So I've been playing this for about an hour 15 now, and it is now 11 o'clock in the morning, and I have not actually slept. Thank you. I think eventually I'd really like to play it on stream. I already want to start it again. There's a lot that there's a lot of issues that I had with it, but in the end it kind of boils down to just wanting more from it rather than not liking anything about it. But yeah, I have gone completely supernova with my sleep. Not that I had much of a schedule to begin with. I am way too entertained by the fact that these do the little wiggle. I really like this. Who should I choose though? Should I go with the gangster, the prince, the cosplayer, or the hacker? Dusk, tell me what to do. Yeah, okay. Let's go the prince. I get the feeling that the prince will be who I kind of start out with. This is my favorite, and I can already tell that Gem is probably going to end up my favorite. It's very rare that the one that I picked to begin with remains my favorite. I think a rare case of that is Leos in the Divine Speaker. He's what drew me to the game to begin with, and he has remained my absolute favorite in that game, aside from the character that I actually made, who I also am unhealthily obsessed with. But usually I pick someone like Leos or the prince, which is that kind of character type. But it's the cute boy that I end up just falling completely in love with, and he usually has some sort of completely psychotic side to him. So it's going to be interesting to see if Gem also falls into that, or whether he's going to be just a normal cute boy. You can never tell. He looks a little surprised. Maybe he didn't think I'd want to be with him longer than necessary. I like melting the tough guy though. Like, yeah, he's almost got that like the sin to him, but like it's fun cracking through that like the surliness and just having them be like Jesus, I just got an appointment reminder message, and like the actual time of it is in like 3 minutes, and it just scared the shit out of me because I was positive that it was next week, but then the reminder made it look like it was in like 3 minutes. But it's fine. It is in fact next week. Whew. That made me sweat. Yes! You want to stay with me? Yes, I love that a lot. I like the surly, like, prickly characters who end up being easily embarrassed and dumb. It's like, as soon as As soon as I get the oh no, he's stupid, I've already fallen in love. Yes. Exactly. Oh god, I love Leo so much. Oh, I do think there's some merit in visiting the police station. They're the ones who did the investigation after all, and there's definitely someone there who is like shepherding the frame case, and I think it's like the lead detective or the chief of police or whatever, that dude that called the detective agency in. He's the one that's decided to lay it at Alexi's feet. Besides, this is my one and only chance to interact with the Crown Prince. Why would I pass this up? Fine. Really? Why do you look so surprised? Did you change your mind? No, of course not. It would have been funny if we actually had the option to change our mind then. One of the features that I find exceptionally funny within choices is the option to like say no or reject or hang up or something like that. Like in A Date with Death, something that I really wanted to be able to do and that I've seen a lot of people comment on is wanting to be able to hang up on him or say like reject the call when it's incoming, but they've gone with the exceptionally funny gag of it's like yes or yes, like you, and he's disabled hang up, like you literally cannot reject this boy. And with the phone system in between, I have a reject call. You can only do it once because I didn't want to get stuck in the programming loop of like constant rejection and having to write something for it, because it starts to get way too complicated after that. But like I love being able to like actually not, nah, I changed my mind. Nope. I think that's just such a funny mechanic within choice-based games or interactive games in general, like when you can just be like nah. That's why like in Date with Death there's the like a reoccurring option, especially like if you've got the expansion DLC, that you can try to uninstall the app, and I just think that's the funniest thing. It's like every time that option pops up, it's like I can't like not choose it because it's just such a funny thing. No, of course not. I just didn't think you'd agree that easily. I honestly thought you'd refuse. If I didn't want you to accompany me, I wouldn't have offered myself as an option. Ooh. Do you want me to disguise her? No need. She can be the annoying journalist who won't stop pestering me. It certainly wouldn't be the first time I was hounded by one. Okay, I'm good at being annoying. Wonderful. Oh, I still think this music sounds like a parade march almost. Actually, what it reminds me a little bit of is the kind of first intro bit of Prince Ali. Prince Ali, fabulous Ali Ababa. Do 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 do. I don't know what it is. I mean, it's just there's just something that it's triggering in my brain. The lady at the desk looked a little shell-shocked when the Crown Prince strolled in through the front door. But then she guided us to this empty room without asking any questions. Sorry. I'm not. I got a couple curious stares in the way here. I tried to smile confidently like I belonged, but it was harder to do than expected. Why do you keep looking around like you did something wrong? Is there something I should be aware of? Sometimes you just get nervous when you see police officers, you know? I couldn't tell you. I guess not. I love that face of hers too. Anyway, did they just put us in a random room? I thought they'd lead us to the evidence room or something. That is unnecessary. Huh? When you're the Crown Prince, you simply wait for others to bring the evidence to you. Nah. He leans against the table, arms crossed, and there's a confident... I want to bully. There's just something so appealing about characters that you just want to bully. Like the kind of Sunstone characters bring that out as well. Like, I mean, they're surly, and I just wanna pull his ponytail. Like, make him cry just a little. The problem is that the witty, sarcastic characters are the ones that I want to bully, but I'm not nearly witty enough that I would ever win against them personally. So I love that kind of banter, but then I struggle to write it because I'm just not clever enough. And I blame my obsession with like that kind of like biting banter on Dragon Age. Because one of the reasons why I replay those games again and again is to hear the companions bicker. And there's just something about the Dragon Age Origins companions telling each other to go die in a bush that is just so charming. Remember, swooping is bad. He leans against the table. That is something that Veilguard does miss. Like, the companions are all too well adjusted and friendly. It's just like, I need them to fight. I need companions that I feel like I could get the popcorn out. They did. That was something that I felt like I was personally missing from Veilguard. It's like I mean, they have this whole like, you know, found family kind of like theme to it. So in a way it makes sense that they're all, you know, professionals who have their problems but aren't, you know, at each other's throats. But where's the fun in that? I say that, but I did love the game. I did want more with the companions though. I'm so sad that you can't just go and talk to them whenever. I need to bother them. There's an air of confidence around him that I could never hope to pull off. I will ask one of the investigators who is at the scene of the crime to deliver the evidence. They can also brief me on the case while they're here. It'll be 2 birds with 1 stone. Can't someone of your status get a meeting with someone higher up? Those people are experts at saying a lot of words that give away 0 information. I'm tired of... it's tiring to deal with. If I have other options, I'll try those first. Bully the beat cop. Besides, I have a suspicion that one of them ordered Alexi's arrest. I see. I've always thought that they all had to listen to Prince Theory, but I guess it's messier than that. Well, if you're going to talk to someone, should I step outside? I gesture towards the door. Already reaching for it, but he holds out a hand to stop me. Why? I didn't think you wanted me to listen to official police business. Prince Theory gives me a look, and then reaches into his pocket. He scribbles something on the piece of paper he pulls out, and then hands it to me. What's this? Ugh! You seem to be under the impression that you're just tagging along here. That is not the case. You are here as a detective. I didn't stop you from accompanying me because I thought your help would be invaluable. Oh, thank you. But why did you just hand me a check? It is payment for your employment. Is it not enough? He seems genuinely baffled, as if it was a normal thing to just hand someone a check worth more than their monthly rent. I wish someone would give me a check worth more than my monthly rent. Although that wouldn't be hard because I don't actually pay rent. I live with my grandparents. It's way too much. And I can't take it now. Anyway, I haven't even done anything. I shove the check back at Prince Theory. He takes it, though he looks at me like I'm the weird one. It's on sale at the moment. All my merch for my studio is 30% off at the moment. When was the last time I tweeted that? I have ADHD. This is a sidetrack. I need to have a look before I forget again forever. Oop, there it is. Too many Twitter posts. What is it? Yes, 30% off. Until the 15th of December. On my studio's Ko-fi with code CATMUS24. I'm really hoping to be able to set up a web store on my actual website rather than using Ko-fi's store. And then I can actually advertise things better, because I don't think I'm actually supposed to have my Darky up on Ko-fi. But, you know, there's not a lot of options for web stores. I have so much stuff though. Like, things like keychains, I've been able to get, like, you know, the exact amounts that I needed, and there hasn't been any like minimum order quantities for them. But things like my prints and my bookmarks and stuff like that, I've got like hundreds of, because there's minimum orders of like 50, and so I've got just stacks and stacks of these things. Yeah, transit is difficult with the prints. I have to send them as a package. And I put like solid cardboard in them, so they should be difficult to like bend, but you know, I have gotten some completely destroyed things in the post before, and you just kind of look at it and wonder, how did they even do that? Like, it's a skill in the way that some things are delivered. But yeah, I post the prints with a like a hard cardboard insert, as well as like a bubble bag. But yeah, it's all, I'm always worried about the prints, to be honest. I mean, I'm always worried about anything postage because postage scares me, but prints are particularly challenging. You are quick to pull out the checkbook, I see. It's a habit. Must be nice to be able to afford that kind of habit. Ooh. Excuse me. He finally puts the checkbook, the check away, although he does offer it to me a couple more times before doing so. Are you certain you don't want it? We can discuss payment after we clear Alexi's name. I want to earn it first. You can decide how much to pay me later based on how I do. Very well then. For someone who was so quick to answer money earlier, you surprisingly do not seem very motivated by monetary rewards. Oh, that's not true. I really do love money. I see. Not all of us can be rich princes. Now then, detective. As I mentioned earlier, I would like to enlist your help. You will stay here and listen as I speak with the investigators. I expect you to inform me if you notice anything during the conversations. No keeping quiet. Yes, sir. She instantly went to leave because that's what her boss did to her. He took her to the police station and then made her wait outside while he did the policey things. So she just automatically assumes now that that's how her job goes. She waits outside while someone else talks to the police. This counts as my first official job request, right? I should do my best. Has her boss not actually noticed that she's not there? And she obviously didn't make that much of an impression if she can just walk in and no one's been like, hey, you were here earlier. I give him a goofy salute and he rolls his eyes. But I think I spot the corner of his mouth twitch a little. We'll get him. We'll get him. Oh yeah, the boss. What was it, Mr. Potato Head? I think I saw on their Kickstarter that the silhouette characters are ones that are open for people to design themselves. So they're like potential backer NPC characters. So it would be interesting to see what, if someone backed for that character, what they would actually make him look like. Because part of me has the kind of imagery in my head of Hifumi from Danganronpa. And I kind of hate my brain for that. Oh, I really need to get back to Dangan and Disco, particularly Disco. I'm really enjoying Disco. There's too many games, not enough time. Too much work, not enough time. Too busy making games to play games. Although I did make an exception for Dragon Age because I have been waiting for that for 10 years. I have a Dragon Age tattoo. I was going absolutely insane working instead of playing it, and I couldn't handle the FOMO anymore. I had like 32 things blocked through my, like, you know, like all of my Twitter accounts, because I've got like 4 of them. The studio, Fantasia Jam, my personal, and my channel. Actually 5, because I've got a private as well, where I just complain about things. I had like 32 things blocked across like all of my, like on every single account, and I was still, like my feed was still full of Dragon Age. And usually that would be like an exceptional thing, but when you're trying to avoid spoilers, it is not a good thing at all. I somehow managed to avoid getting the ending of like Baldur's Gate spoiled for me, even though my feed was full of Astarion, and I played that at the beginning of the year because my friends got it for me on Steam for Christmas. And like eventually I held out for a while on that one. I couldn't hold out on Dragon Age though. It's been too important for me for too long. It's why I wanted to make games in the first place, because I loved Dragon Age so much. I wanted to tell stories like that and have interesting characters and banter, and I'll never be able to write something as dynamic or funny or interesting as like the games that have inspired me. But like that's what's always in the back of my mind of like when I'm making something. It's like, is this the kind of thing that if I played, like, I would love? Like, as much as you need to make your commercial games like something that other people want to play, if you aren't making something that you yourself really like, and if you aren't making the kind of games that you want to play, I don't see that there's really much point to such a career. Actually achieving that though, like the goal versus the reality of actually being able to do that, is quite different. And I then have to like not only drop my expectations of what I can make and like massively scale down, but like Big In Between's going to be over 200,000 words, which is insane, ridiculous. My common route alone is 100,000. Like, that's stupid. Why did I do that? I didn't do it on purpose. I'm drawn to long games with lots of world building and getting to spend time with the characters, and unfortunately that means I don't have to write it. I have been completely obsessed with Alistair and Morrigan for most of my life. It's like when I built my last computer specifically to play Dragon Age Inquisition, because I had a laptop that just died the moment you looked at it, and I couldn't play it, so I built one specifically to you know, recommended specs. And I had to upgrade only a couple of years ago because it could no longer keep up with like my audio editing. I had like, you know, like a huge job in the Divine Speaker, and my computer just could not handle the rendering. And at that point it was like 8 or 9 years old as a computer. It probably would have been at maybe 7. I can't remember how long ago that was. Time is meaningless. You were at the crime scene earlier, correct? Do you remember the faces of the investigators there? Yes, sir, they all looked exactly the same. I think so. Do you want me to describe them? No need. Here. He holds something out to me. It's the book he picked up at the front desk on the way here. What's that? The directory. Oh my goodness. For some reason I really need to burp. I figured you wouldn't know their names, so their pictures should help. This book contains the list of all currently employed policemen, so you should be able to find them in here. He really went out of his way to get this, trusting that I would remember enough to make use of it? Thank you. I quickly thumbed through the pages, determined not to let him down. They were both wearing caps, so it's a little hard to pinpoint exactly who they are. I flipped through a page, and then another, until I'm almost at the end of the book. Oh no! Did I miss them? I start over and flip through the book again. Still nothing. No, why can't I find them? Even after Prince Theory went out of his way to do this for me. Is that because they're not actually cops? A gloved hand taps my own, and it's only then that I realize I'm gripping the book tightly. Relax. You'll rip the pages. Sorry. You don't need to worry so much. If you can't identify them, I will simply summon them one by one until I find who we're looking for. It's not the end of the world. No, I'll find them, I promise. I don't want to waste your time. I spend most of my days going to meetings that are a waste of my time. This is nothing to me. He's trying to encourage me, isn't he? Maybe he's nicer than I thought. With renewed vigor, I resume flipping through the pages again. After a couple of minutes, one portrait catches my eye. I must have accidentally missed it earlier. I think this guy was one of them. Wonderful. I'll summon him at once. There was another guy with him. Do you need me to look for him too? No need. Just one should suffice. They most likely share the same information. He takes the book from my hands and reaches for the internal phone. Is there any chance he isn't here right now? We did come at a rather weird time. I may curse my titles sometimes, but it's especially helpful at times like this. He will come if I call for him. Will he now? Your Highness? He really did come. Record time, too. Barely 10 minutes after Prince Theory summoned him, our policeman came rushing into the room. He looked caught between bowing and saluting, and ends up doing both at the same time. Please, be at ease. I apologize for interrupting your work. No, I'm the one who's sorry for making you wait. The guy looks sweaty, as if he had just run from somewhere far away. The smirk. And I can spot bits of breadcrumbs still stuck to the front of his uniform. Not at all. Have you been informed about why I have summoned you? There's something about a character with like that smug smirk. I both want to like wipe it off their face and like do it more. Like, you keep making that face. God. My timeline on Twitter is now almost completely Lucanus from Valgard, and I am not upset about this anymore at all. But now I am trying to make sure that I don't spoil anyone who hasn't played. Because now I just want to talk about it, and I don't want to ruin it for anyone. Because waiting for 10 years for something and then having it spoiled for you, like that sucks so much. I like the pointer in this is like a pen nib. Yes, sir. I was briefed on the way over. You wanted to know about the murder. That is correct. I've seen the autopsy already, but I wanted to hear your opinions on the crime scene. Mine, sir? Wouldn't the chiefs be better? You are the one who investigated the crime scene, are you not? I would rather hear it straight from you. You are the most knowledgeable about the situation, after all. Your Highness. I imagine this with like the kind of like anime sparkly eyes and the like the little glittery kind of filter that go over it. It's like, Your Highness. He's just completely charmed him. There's like random wind coming from nowhere. That guy's not crying, is he? It's there. He's been so cranky these past few hours that I've always forgotten how nice he is in public. I hadn't planned on getting involved, but I heard that the subject escaped from prison earlier. We must solve this case as soon as possible for the safety of our country. Can I count on your assistance? I really should have gone into acting. Of course. I will tell you everything I know. But, what is it? Sorry, who is that? They both glance over at me. Introduce yourself. I don't know. I don't remember who I was meant to be. So I'm just gonna stand there quietly. Prince Theory glances at me questioningly, but I stay quiet. Your problem, dude. I should let him do the talking. She's a reporter I run into on my way here. Oh, that's right. To be a reporter. I have a pigeon brain. I don't remember a goddamn thing. Anything was meant to be. See, this is why I could never make a mystery, even though I would really love to make. I really want to make like a kind of steampunk fantasy mystery kind of thing. Kind of like I come back to something like, you know, Chess of Blades. A lot. I thought that was a very interesting kind of like a little bit fantasy, a little bit like, you know, detective-y, solve a mystery kind of thing. I just really want to do something that's got a kind of like mystery vibe to it and has a masquerade ball. And I really love fantasy because I find reality very difficult to write. Because fantasy can have cat boys. And that is extremely important to me as a person, is having cat boys. Somehow, I need to work out how to include a cat boy in Heart Agency. It doesn't really work for the world unless I completely change it to add some kind of magical element to it. But I'm considering it, like it's what I want my studio to be known for. Cat boys. If you remember me for nothing else, that studio that always has cat boys. Yes. I have a little kind of idea for a scene at a carnival that will have a kind of like a variation for each love interest plus Adrian that ends up with some kind of like wearing some sort of like cutesy like animal headband, and it's like a different one for each of them. So like Adrian might be a cat, and then one of the others might be like have like dog ears or something like that, almost like a Snapchat filter. Like a little, make one of them have like, you know, red panda ears or something like that. I'm trying to hit some of the like tropey things, but also not super tropey. Like I know I want some kind of like carnival festival kind of like scene in there, because it's just like super, you can't have an idol-esque game without a carnival scene, right? Like it's just mandatory at this point. I'd be disappointed if I didn't have one. My name is Jill from the Mercurius News. I'm here to cover the murder of Misha from the Diola gang. I'm very grateful that His Highness granted me this opportunity. Please pretend I'm not here. She has my permission to be here. I see. He still looks a little confused, but shrugs it off. If he was at the crime scene, surely he was one of the cops that actually spoke to her. She was at the crime scene. Turning his attention back to Prince Theory. Well, that wasn't exactly the annoying reporter he asked for, but hopefully that was okay. That was not okay. That was definitely the wrong option, but I couldn't remember what I was meant to do. I'd be more than happy to help, Your Highness, but if you have the case files already, I'm not sure there's much else I can tell you about. Prince Theory pulls out a tablet and scrolls through it. He'd been glancing at it on the walk over. It must contain the basic case files. Maybe he'll let me look at it later if I ask nicely? It says here that a letter with Alexia Diora's fingerprints on it was found. May I see the contents of it? The real version has been sent to the lab for to be further analysed, but I can send you a photograph of it, sir. Thank you. That would be wonderful. Something appears on the tablet Prince Theory is holding. I can't see it from where I am, but then my phone vibrates. Oh. He's sending you messages. Where do I go? Oh, down there. Okay. He actually sent it to me. Wait, how did he even get my number? Sammy? Really need to tell him off for this privacy invasion next time. There's an image of a card attached with a single word written on it. Warehouse. Warehouse? What does it mean by that? His body was found between Celestial and the Cosmolux Hotel. I don't think there are any warehouses around there. Perhaps he was killed somewhere else and then moved? More importantly, there's a drawing on this card. What is this thing? A smiling mask? And is that a rose? What a weird picture. A little unnerving to look at. Huh? What was that? That's... I quickly glance up. An excuse already on the tip of my tongue, but Prince Theory's not even looking at me. Instead, he's staring at the card with a frown on his face. It's Blackthorn, sir. Who's Blackthorn? I glance back at the card, but nothing else happens. My vision doesn't darken. The sharp pain in my head doesn't come back. It's just the mask, smiling at me almost mockingly. What was that? Could this have something to do with that vision? I had the same reaction this morning too when I tried to remember it. Does this evidence not clear Alexia Diora from suspicion? Forensics is currently investigating to make sure. However, since Alexia Diora is aware of Blackthorn, they don't believe this is sufficient proof to prove his innocence. I hope you understand the weight of this accusation. This is no longer just about this case. I'm sure the chief is aware, sir. Since Alexia Diola's fingerprints were found on the envelope, he's certain that this is decisive. This is the decisive piece of evidence. Prince Theory frowns at his tablet, looking a little upset. I still don't know what this card symbolizes, but it seems to be important. Maybe it's some kind of threatening death letter? I feel like if you're going to send one, wiping your fingerprints off the envelope would be the first thing you do. Wait. Envelope on hydrate? Oh, we also received an anonymous tip this morning, sir. About what? They claimed that they spotted Alexia Diora near the crime scene. That's the reason why the arrest warrant went out for him so quickly. That must have been what Sammy mentioned earlier. And they couldn't find who or where the call came from? Unfortunately, the person hung up too quickly to track, sir. They were also using a voice changer. Oh, you don't think that's suspicious? So Alexi was sent a message to go to the alleyway, and the second he does, he gets called in for being too close to the crime scene? It feels like he was set up. Well, you don't, you think? Very well then. Was there anything else? No, sir. Oh, wait. Are they wrapping up already? Prince Theory told me I should speak up if I notice anything, so... I quickly type something on my phone and send it off. Fingerprints on card. Gee, she types like I do. You are Your Highness? I typed too fast and even autocorrect can't stand it. Can't save it. And Prince Theo squints down at his tablet for several seconds. Maybe I should resend it. Were Alexei Diola's fingerprints found on the actual card? Oh, he actually deciphered it. According to forensics, they were not. Pardon me? His fingerprints were only on the envelope, sir. I start typing a new message, but Prince Theo follows up without my prompting. That's it. His tone suddenly gets a lot sharper, and it's obvious from the way the policeman almost takes a step back that he wasn't expecting it. Sorry? That sounds like he just got the mail for someone else. Misha, for example. I'm failing to see how this could be considered decisive. Or is there another part that I'm missing? Was no further investigation done? Please tell me there were other clues found. I'm not sure, Your Highness. If you'd like more information, I can get the chief. No need. You are dismissed. Run! He is out of there. You don't need to tell him twice. The policeman doesn't need to be told twice. He quickly scampers away before Prince Theo could even finish his sentence. Prince Theo looks like he barely notices the policeman escaping from the room. Instead, he's busy scrolling through his tablet, deep in thought. I don't know what to do with myself, so I try to copy him and stare down at the only evidence I have. But no new revelations come to me. Well, Jill. From the Mercurius News. Any insights? I tried to pick an honorable publishing company in case anyone looked into it. It's fine. Sammy has erased the footage of this room. There won't be any proof you exist outside of the policeman's memories. But I doubt he'd say anything about you anyway. I, on the other hand, will most likely feature in several of his conversations. Is it okay to just let him go like that? Probably won't say nice things about you. Very few people do. I want to protest against his statement, but he doesn't look too bothered by it either way, so I decided to drop the subject. Maybe he's kind of a cheat code, huh? He can just erase any footage he wants to? It's nice to be associated with someone capable. If only Alexei could learn from him. Despite complaining about it though, he's been helping Alexei out the entire day. By the way, why did you text me? Huh? He hadn't seemed upset earlier, but I guess he wasn't too happy about being told what to do after all. Sorry, it won't happen again. Pardon? Oh, I'm not upset. I was just inquiring why you didn't speak up yourself. I mean, you're the prince. People listen to you. And this is your investigation I didn't want to overstep. It's because I'm a goddamn boss. She'd be... Everything she's doing is how he's, like, conditioned her to operate. She's supposed to be like a not seen and not heard little office girl. He stares at me for an uncomfortable amount of time, and then seems to come to a conclusion. Very well then. If it helps give you more confidence, I don't mind if we do things this way. Feel free to use my title as needed. Huh? Oh, what's that supposed to mean? Now then, tell me your thoughts. He pulls out one of the chairs and crosses his legs, looking far too regal to be sitting on something that has several mysterious old stains on it. Ew. He pays the state of the chair no mind though, focusing instead on scowling down at his tablet. Those buffoons were so eager to declare the case closed after one measly investigation. Useless fools. This is exactly why no one has faith in our police system anymore. From what I can tell, whoever set this up must be someone Alexei interacts with a lot. Why do you say that? The text message and the fingerprints all point to someone who knows Alexei's habits. I guess the fingerprints could be a lucky coincidence for the killer, but given how they went out of the way to tip off the police as well, I feel like they must have known that Alexei gets the mail for Misha. We are on the same page then. I had the same thought. Who's Blackthorn, by the way? He pauses, eyebrows furrowed as he looked at me. Hey, I've already learned a lot of state secrets today. What's another one? I love the dopey, the kind of dumbfounded expressions. Okay, sorry. I was just kidding. No, you can't tell me. Forget I asked. No. You have the right to know. I'm sure you're tired of hearing this from me, but please keep it to yourself. Oh, of course. I won't tell anyone, and even if someone finds out, I didn't hear it from you. I have very little faith in your acting skills, but that's enough for now, I suppose. Can't all be acting prodigies like you. Blackthorn is a serial killer who always leaves this logo somewhere near their victims. You could say it's their moniker. Ugh, a serial killer? I almost think I've misheard him, but he simply nods. Yes, although their presence is kept under wraps from the general public, only the upper echelon is aware of their existence. Naturally, Alexei knows, given his positions as Sasha Diola's younger brother. Is he actually related? Or is it just a job title? Because they look alike. But are they, does he just coincidentally look like him and he's just a rank within their gang? Or is he actually little brother? Although even if he wasn't, everyone at the hideout knows at this point. Do you remember the governor's murder at the park? Or the department store owner who was found drowned in his pool? But there was no mention of a serial killer in the news. If I remember correctly, they were both reported as accidents. That is because some people are very eager to make sure Blackthorn's existence stays a secret. It was decided early on to blame the killings on other factors. Blackthorn goes after corrupt individuals. They're a vigilante of sorts. It's no surprise that people in power want to keep them a secret. The last thing they need is for the public to sympathize with a serial killer. Got ourselves a little Viva Vendetta! And just in case they found themselves... just in case they themselves were targeted and killed, they didn't want their reputation to be tarnished. If the public knew, then all of Blackthorn's victims would be outed for corruption and their associates suspected. After all, you weren't aware that the governor was murdered because he was taking bribes, did you? Or that the department store owner was extorting his employees? No, I didn't know at all. I suppose the gag order did its job then. I can't say I was necessarily in agreement with it in the beginning, but at this point, it may do more harm than good to reveal Blackthorn's existence. It may even cause mass panic. Serial killer? It's kind of scary to think there was one going around this whole time and I didn't know. Come to think of it, I wasn't aware of that virus that Medwise's doctor talked about either. This country seems to have a lot of secrets that it keeps from us. Blackthorn card has been added to the evidence. What are you thinking about? Oh, he's so close. I was just a little spooked by the card. Sorry. No need to apologize. I can't imagine it's very pleasant to learn there's been a serial killer roaming around that we haven't been able to catch. If it helps put your mind at ease, you have a very low chance of being targeted. I'm more likely to be their victim. They normally go after more public individuals, after all. It doesn't make me feel better at all. Besides, I don't think they'd go after you either. You don't fit their criteria. His eyes widened in surprise. Clearly, he hadn't been expecting that. Thank you. Unfortunately, there are many others who dislike my decisions who would disagree with you. Well, I don't know much about politics, but from my experience, it's impossible to please everyone. So, as long as you do what you think is best for this country and its people, no one has the right to call you corrupt just because you have a difference of opinion, right? Sorry, I'm probably oversimplifying things. You are indeed. Ugh. But I appreciate the sentiment regardless. It's nice to hear from a citizen's perspective and be reminded that policymakers and advisors aren't the only ones who live in this country. I'm glad I decided to come here with him. It feels like he trusts me a little bit just now. That's kind of a wild thing for me to say about the Crown Prince, isn't it? Shall we head back now? Despite Sammy's wizardry, we should probably not stay here for too long. Yeah, of course. I take one last look at the card before shoving my phone back in my pocket. Which warehouse do you think it's referring to? Oh, you mean the card? I'm not sure, unfortunately. I believe the Diolas have quite a few warehouses under their possession. I suppose Alexei might know. Okay, we can ask him later then. Do you think he'll be upset to learn about Blackthorn? Which part? That they were the killer in this case? I doubt it. Alexei has never really cared about them. At most, he'll be annoyed that he's being suspected in their place. But he was close with Misha, right? And since he got that card, that'd mean... that he was corrupt? Yeah. Then maybe he won't be surprised. They are gangsters after all. I'm sure they've done some less than stellar things. Prince Theory is quiet for a few moments, drumming his fingers against the desk as he considers how to respond. I know I'm the one who informed you of this, but I'd advise against going down this line of thinking. If you let yourself believe that every victim Blackthorn kills is corrupt, then that will mean you trust serial killer's judgment. You're right. I didn't think about it that way. Sorry. I'm afraid he'll be upset, but instead he just smiles. You apologize a lot, just like Jem. The guys mean a lot to you, don't they? You bring them up very often. More than you'll ever know. Aww. I'm a bit surprised by his honesty. And judging from the expression on his face, he is too. I trust you won't tell them I said that, Detective. Your secret's safe with me, Your Highness. She's calling him Your Highness even though he asked her not to. This, along with the other state secrets you've already entrusted me with, this is the most important one. Even more than the serial killer? Or the jailbreak? Yes, I'm afraid so. Oh my goodness, he's gotten so... Oh, yep, it's hit 30. Boo. Let's hope this doesn't screw with my microphone too badly. The worst part about trying to record during these months is that I only have like a desk fan and a ceiling fan, both are loud as fuck. And it very, very quickly gets to the point that I cannot exist without them. An Australian that hates the heat is not only fairly un-Australian, but very unfortunate, because the 6 months of the year it is miserable for me. And it's difficult to work with anything involving a microphone, because if I can't exist in the room without the fans, then that means I have to have them on, which completely ruins my audio quality. Like, I can guarantee that you'll be able to hear it now. And it's also why I don't really get to do many covers. And especially, like, I try and get as much as I can done in, like, the kind of, like, end autumn to, like, start of spring, when it's still in that kind of, like, wintry phase. We don't really get autumn or spring here. It kind of just goes, like, winter, summer. We have two settings where I live. Hot or cold. And even then, comparatively, our cold isn't that cold. We're just used to heat. So it's like, I have never seen snow, which is such a strange thing to, like, most of the world. But I'm used to, like, you know, it's more common for us to get, like, you know, 30, 40 Celsius degree days than, and then, like, our cold usually ends up in, like, you know, single digit Celsius. But I've kind of seen random, like kind of, like, morning mist, kind of snowy, like, on grass, but, like, not actual, like, proper, you could make a snowman from this snow. It sounds like a kind of cold I've never experienced before. Oops. I would love to see snow though. Especially during, like, Christmas times, where you'd also get, like, all the, like, the kind of Christmas lights and stuff like that. Like, we're not huge on Christmas here, since all of us kids are, like, grown up, and especially now that my cousins have kind of got their own families, like, married and boyfriends and things like that they're spending time with. So our Christmases are getting smaller again. love Christmas lights though. Hey, thank you so much for the raid. Hey, Rebel. Welcome, raid party. If you've never seen my channel before, I am Kokule Covers, and I am a Catgirl bard and a visual novel developer, and I am playing Mirage Noir, a Tome visual novel that has just successfully kickstarted and is in a extended support phase. So while the Kickstarter is actually over, you can still support. They did very well on it too. Like, for Australian dollars, they've got like, they raised like $80,000 or something like that. Or was that, here is that keyframe so far. One of them. What was it? Was it them? No, yeah, they raised nice. They raised $69,000 USD, which is $107,000 in Australian. Like, that's incredible. Hey, you guys are back. Did everything go okay? Let me put my promo for them back in the chat. There we go. If you would like to check out the post Kickstarter support or any of the developer links to download the game or find the developers, there is a link in chat that leads to both the Kickstarter and the link tree for the developers where you can find everything. I highly encourage checking it out for yourself. We have gone down the Prince Theory route this time. I'm not sure how much I have to go or how much I've actually gotten through. I think the extended demo is about 50,000 words. But then I babble, so it takes a lot longer. Did everything go okay? Jem is waiting to greet us by the door when we get back, and I give him a small wave. Of course. Has everyone else returned already? Yep, you're the last ones. Jem is so cute. Welcome back. If anyone's interested, I was the first one back. You never left. Congratulations, Semi. Truly an incredible achievement. Thanks. I walked all the way to the kitchen to get a glass of water. I even had to walk back to my desk after. Oh, you need to install an internal escalator. Like those flat ones at the airport. That way you can just stand on it and it takes you to the fridge and back. There's a cozy atmosphere when we get back. It's strange to think that I met everyone in the room just this morning. Speaking of which, I just dipped out of work without warning. Mr. Potato Head is going to give me so much crap for that. Maybe I can ask Prince Theory to pull a few strings. Just kidding. How did it go? Did he bully you too much? Alexi's head pops up from the sofa, and he looks between me and Prince Theory with a smirk on his face. No, he was very nice and accommodating, actually. You talking about the same person? Prince Theory? Royal pain in the ass? I see no need to be rude to someone who treats me with respect. Which is something you ought to learn, might I add. Alexi's mouth drops open and he points between us accusingly. I just got Spider-Man pointing meme. What happened at the police station? You were still all suspicious of her before you left. It's a secret. Indeed. Great, they've teamed up. It's over for us. I see that, Sammy. You should be happy that someone like Theory is making friends. Someone like me, is it? And what's that supposed to mean? Exactly. Oh, you know. He's just so pretty. He's pretty. Should we begin sharing information now? Or would you like to continue this conversation? We can start. Prince Theory waits until we're all seated before starting the discussion. A letter was found on the victim's body that contained Alexi's fingerprints. I pulled out my notebook and began jotting everything down. That settles it. He's the killer. I'm a designated mail boy. It'd be weird if my fingerprints weren't found. I don't know how gangs work, but isn't that supposed to be some lackey's job? Alexi likes doing that kind of thing. He's the one who cleans his place too. He's domestic! Oh no! We've got the domestic gangster. Oh, it's over for us. The surly prince who's actually very sweet. And the domestic gangster. That's it. This one's got it. Gem's gotta be the psychopath. There's no other option. A gangster who likes to clean? Don't tell me. Is it because of some unresolved childhood trauma where he had to wipe up the blood of his family? I don't know what kind of backstory you're crafting for me in your head, but it's not that exciting. I had to work a lot of house cleaning jobs when I was younger in order to make money. Kinda started enjoying it after a while. They were fine hiring you? Why not? I was just your normal teenager who was desperate enough to take any low-paying jobs. They probably loved if they could underpay me. That's the most relatable thing he said all day. May I continue? Yeah, sorry. Don't mind him. He's just jealous he doesn't know how to use a mop. Yeah, isn't that pretty self-explanatory? As I was saying, there was an envelope found on the victim's body with Alexi's fingerprints on it. There was a card inside that contained the smiling mask and rose logo. Wait, what? It's a Blackthorn case? Supposedly. Why did they arrest me then? Sounded like the police wanted to frame this as a copycat. Not only that, there was an anonymous tip that claimed they saw you near the crime scene. Sounds like I have a big fan. Oh, can we tell Yunie about, you know, it might be hard to continue the discussion if she doesn't know. She is already aware. About the Blackthorn thing? Yeah, Prince Theory told me earlier. Ugh. Surely you did not expect me to keep such an important clue hidden from her when she's helping. I did, actually. Prince Theory? Your reputation doesn't seem too great around here. Lovely. Anyway, can we really not clear Alexi's name even with the card? They have no proof it was a copycat. I believe a discussion should still be worthwhile. I have a suspicion that the police merely needed someone to arrest, and Alexi was the easiest target. If we offer them new possibilities, they might be inclined to drop the charges. Remember, we are not the official investigators on this case. We do not need definitive proof. Objective is simply to get them to continue investigating from another angle. I see. So the goal this time isn't necessarily to figure out the killer's identity, but rather to come up with a possible solution that Alexei couldn't be responsible for. That is correct. It would also help me build a more ironclad case if I bring up Blackthorn without any other evidence. They will spend the entire time trying to poke holes into my argument. I noticed this earlier as well, but Prince Thierry really doesn't seem to have much control over the police higher-ups. Besides, I'd love to find out just who it was that sent that anonymous tip in. Maybe even send them a little thank you note for their troubles. It appears that, and the fingerprints were the basis for Alexei's arrest. If we could learn more about those, then it could be to our advantage. You guys are right. Sorry. It's cool, Jem. I know you were looking out for me. As for me, Sasha seems to believe Misha was trying to betray the gang. His ring was gone and all that. Could it have been a robbery? Misha had a lot more valuable stuff. I think it's more likely the ring was taken on purpose. Makes sense. Ring has been added to evidence. We noted that when we looked at the body as well, that he seemed to be wearing, or rather not wearing a ring. That's it from me. Can I go next then? Sure, go ahead. I got a picture of the crime scene. The body was gone by the time I got there, but another officer gave me the photo. He was found in the dumpster? Yep. He was apparently sitting right on top of the garbage bags. The person who discovered the body saw him right away after he lifted the dumpster lid. Maybe they jumped and dumped him? I got the luminol testing results earlier. It seems like they didn't find large amounts of blood anywhere in the alleyway. I want to know if that there is just regular, like, graffiti tagging, or if it's, like, written in blood or anything. Doesn't seem like it. I suppose that means he was killed elsewhere and brought there specifically. No traces of blood. Oh, and the doors at the back of that alleyway don't open, so it's basically a dead end there. Maybe being dropped from the roof or something? Locked doors has been added to evidence. And I also went digging through the trash, but I couldn't find anything. Trash bags have been added to evidence. Can I see that? The picture? Here you go. Sammy takes the photo and starts wiping at it with his sleeve. What are you doing? I thought it was a stain, but it's not. He points at the front of the dumpster, where there looks to be a strange white mark. It's faint, but it appears to be some kind of marking. Paint, perhaps? It appears to be faded, however. It was raining earlier today, so maybe it slowly washed off then? Oh, right. I think it did rain a bit before I met up with Theo this morning. Strange mark. Oh, one more thing. I noticed the hotel's balconies were lined up right above the dumpster. Maybe they used that to escape somehow? Maybe they threw him off a balcony into the dumpster below. Wow. You did a lot. Good job. Oh, he's so cute. Thanks. Well, while you were out frolicking, I was busy working as slowly as possible. So he says, but I can see the computer screens behind him with footage of the alleyway. All at various moments in time. He's clearly been working hard. Here, the security logs from the camera at the front of the alleyway. Did the cameras not show what was going on inside? No. Of course, it couldn't be that easy. Garbage collector. Okay, but if a garbage collector went in there and supposedly a garbage collector would, you know, collect the garbage, then either that bin gets filled really fucking quickly, or that garbage collector wasn't an actual garbage collector. Because otherwise, surely he would have collected the garbage. Oh! That's funny. Oh, and here's a diagram of the overall layout. Of course it points the wrong way. Diagram of the crime scene has been added to evidence. Why are the dumpsters drawn so big? Oh right, I suddenly remembered something while looking at this. There was a posted schedule near the dumpster that said they collected garbage every Tuesday at 9 AM. Garbage collection schedule has been added to evidence. In that case, that must be person B in the log. Here. He shows us the video footage. A garbage collector can be seen walking into the alley, emptying out one dumpster before leaving. Emptying out one dumpster, but there's two. Why wouldn't he do both? Suspicious. Oh, so cute. Is that all for findings? Shall we start discussing properly now? Okay. I think I've jotted everything down in my notebooks. I should check the evidence if I ever want to refer to anything. Got a lot of evidence now. Initial findings. What else here? Crime photo. The text message, the card. Moving it is seen as betrayal. One time it got stuck and I almost thought I was gonna lose a finger. Body moved. Locked doors. Trash. Strange mark. Balcony. Is that supposed to be the same image? Crime scene diagram. Garbage schedule. Wait, one more thing. Was that luggage person D had enough for a body? Alexei. Huh? He looks a bit out of it, and it's only then that I realize he hasn't spoken in a while. Are you alright? Yeah, just peachy. You lie to the cops with that poker face? Yeah, actually. Says a lot about them, doesn't it? Clearly you're feeling well enough to be making quips. Should I get you something to drink? Quick breather? Beer? Juice. That sounds good too. Oh, he's gonna get a juice. Thanks, Jem. Jem is such a cute boy. Jem is a sweet boy. And we take a small break. Sammy and Prince Theory seem perfectly content to sit in silence, but I'm still a little worried, so I glance over at Alexei. His back is to me, and I wonder what kind of expression he's currently making. What can I say though? Does he even want to hear anything from me? I'm just an outsider here. I'm sure he'd rather be comforted by someone he cares about. Yeah, he's Prince. I reach forward to tug on his sleeve and ask if he's okay. Yunie? Yeah, she tries way too hard. Feels like a chore talking to her. She's kind of annoying, you know? Always so noisy, butting into people's business. She really needs to learn to stay in her own lane and stop prying. My arm falls back into my lap. I shouldn't overstep. I couldn't bring myself to say anything, and Jem returns with a glass of juice before I can convince myself otherwise. Alexei finishes the cup quickly, wiping his hands on his pants before sitting up. Okay, break time's over. What were we talking about? It's that refreshing juice. The quenchiest. I can't tell if he's actually feeling better or just pretending, but he seems eager to move on with the case. In either case. I hope he's not pushing himself. Luggage. Body. Sammy pulls up the footage again and slants the screen in Alexei's direction. Nah, it doesn't look big enough. Well, not unless the corpse was chopped up. Didn't ask. I'm just being thorough. Leave no boulders unturned and all that, yeah? Please just stop talking. Misha wasn't seen entering the alleyway, right? How did his body magically appear in the garage in the garbage then? None of the people who entered during the time frame seemed to be carrying the body either. That seems like a good place to start. Let's begin the discussion from there. Ooh. My first question is, how did the body enter the alleyway? Thinking about what we know so far, there's only one area it could be. This is very Danganronpa. Also, that's a very cool effect, and I want to know what kind of transition that is. How did they do that? Because that is exactly the kind of transition I need for a certain fight scene that my extended demo ends on. I want to break in and look at their code. It has to be the balcony, right? If the front of the alleyway is covered by the cameras and the doors in the back are locked, then the only way is from above. That makes sense. In that case, we should next consider how the body was brought in from above. The culprit flew. Elaborate. The culprit brought the body down and grew wings and whoop, whoop, back to the balcony. Ah, I see. Maybe they tied a rope to him and lowered his body that way? Or perhaps they simply dropped the corpse. What do you think, detective? There are a few theories proposed, so let's get some more information out of them. Characters participating in a discussion segment will have colored icons. Click on them to hear more about their theory. If you believe a certain theory is correct, press the submit button on that character's statements. Story mode is off by default. You can turn it on in the settings and the correct answer will always be marked. I think that is a really cool setting. And is probably what I would play on. Well, I'm probably trying to do it myself at least once, though. I guess. I tend to go for the easiest possible, like, settings because I don't have a lot of time to have to, like, redo things when I get them wrong or get, like, non-optimal endings. I try and, like, maximize the, like the use of my time by guaranteeing that I can get through something successfully and just experience the story without getting stuck in its mechanics. Hey. Man, all of a sudden I had to sneeze. Alright. I think dropped is probably the most likely, but let's hear more about this flying culprit. What? Isn't this your theory? Oh. Sorry, I'm not used to people taking me seriously. Please don't joke around. I'm not. It's not impossible. Haven't you ever heard of the case where a painter witnessed a body flying over the top of a burning bridge? No. Everyone here is uncultured. Now that he mentions it, it does sound vaguely familiar. Anyway, it doesn't apply to this situation. There's no burning bridges or painters. I must have been sniffing the paint fumes. Or flying bodies. Obviously, people can't fly theory. Nah. That would be oh, I like the little thingy that shows you which one you're talking to. That'd be extraordinarily risky, would it not? How would they get the... How would they get the rope back if they tied it up and lowered it? Unless I guess they went down, untied him, and then climbed back up the rope. The alleyway is quite open. Anyone could have seen the body being lowered. Maybe they just moved it quickly? The third floor balcony is right above the dumpsters. It would have been easy to simply drop the corpse. There was no sign of fall damage though, right? That is true. They would have needed something to cushion the fall. I mean, there was all that garbage in it. That could be a fall cushion. And he does have bruises on his neck, which were inconsistent with the way that Alexei would have attacked. But could possibly be from a fall? I don't know. I think his is the most likely though. Would the body dropping not make noise? It's lively enough around that area that a single thump wouldn't cause much commotion, shouldn't cause much commotion. I see. There's still the question of what they used to prevent fall damage. Can't believe I got the pity up in its head. Garbage bags? This is so Dangan. They could have used the garbage bags to cushion the fall. That would make sense. They would help reduce the sound of impact as well. Oh, you're right. There are still some trash bags in the right dumper. I can read. You can see them in the crime photos right now. Huh? Is there something wrong with what Jem just said right now? There are still some trash bags in the right dumpster. You can see them in the crime photo right now. Maybe? There's definitely trash bags in there. And he does have blood on his head. Just the fact that you reacted to it makes me want to say yes. I mean, you can see trash bags in the evidence photo there. Scroll over a bit. To what? Garbage collectors come to pick up the trash at 9 AM. the footage showed him emptying only one. So the left one was emptied, but the right one wasn't. I don't know. I guess I'll say no. That is a bit strange, isn't it? Which part? Prince Theory is silent, glancing towards me, and I realize he means for me to respond. Well, it said in another part that the cops pulled him, that it was closed, but the cops have taken him out. Like, the cops have tampered with the crime scene, basically. Because they've... It said... I think it was the cop talking to us that said that they pulled him out for the photo, or something like that. So, the photos that the cops have taken wasn't how they found him, I think. I have a pigeon brain. I can't actually remember. Time of death was around 8 AM. So even if his time of death was around 8 AM, and the garbage isn't meant to be picked up until 9, that still leaves the opportunity for a full bin. Found in the alleyway at 11. Time of death around 8. Garbage is meant to be picked up at 9. Yeah, there we go. Body was hidden inside the closed dumpster and only discovered when the lid was opened. It was moved out by the police in order to photograph. Like Alexi's quote is just ... Garbage collector entered at 9 AM and took one trip to empty a garbage dumpster. I always wanted to try graffiti, it looks so cool. See, I don't like... I don't like games like this because it highlights just how dumb my brain really is, because I genuinely have no idea what contradicts his statement. He says that you can see trash bags in the dang photo, and you can see trash bags in the photo, so I'm not very good at thinking outside the box, and things only become evident to me. Hey newbie. Like, only become evident like once it's kind of pointed out, and I can kind of like then connect the dots. I have no idea what evidence I'm supposed to... I mean, he says... The statement is that you can see the bags. There are still some trash bags in the right dumpster. You can see them in the crime photo right now. Unless those are not actually garbage bags. Unless I just don't know what I'm looking at. You can see garbage bags, right? Body was hidden inside the closed dumpster and only discovered when the lid was opened. It was moved out by the police in order to photograph. Hit from behind, no other signs of a struggle, fatal wound. No substances found in the system. And the ring is gone. Huh? I'm gonna go with the same thing that because I rolled back to see the statement again, so I'm gonna choose what I did. Which part exactly? He wants you to answer, but I don't know what to answer. I know. Well, I mean, that's the only thing that I can think of to submit, but like, if they're not garbage bags, I'll try it. Okay, maybe that wasn't right. I should try again. Alright, is it the garbage schedule? Because it clearly shows that there's... I'm very confused. Alright, let's try the garbage schedule. I just... Oh, okay. There we go. It was the schedule. Isn't it weird that the trash bags are still there? The garbage collector should have emptied them this morning, right? He only emptied one. Yes, it is too convenient to mark this as a... See, I think part of my problem is that I take things too literally. Like, I don't know how to argue against something that he says when it's literally in the picture. I'm just like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that information. Like, and I think that might be a little bit of a little bit of the neurospicy brain function. But like the statement, like, you can see it in the pictures, and I'm supposed to dispute it when you can literally see it in the pictures. I'm like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do there, because I can literally see it in the pictures. He's correct. There is a reason why the dumpster wasn't emptied this morning. Maybe you can ask the garbage collectors. They have already been spoken to. They claim not to remember. Well, that's convenient. Sus.
Sus!
Perhaps. Though given the amount of work they have to do, I'm inclined to believe them. Maybe you should hire more people. Thank you, Sammy. Does that go above or below your suggestion to make doxing people, but only the annoying ones, legal? I mean, I take buried in the dumpster to just be like, you know, the body in there, and then like stuff, like, you know, trash bags put on top of him. Below, obviously. Well, if we won't be getting anything from the garbage collectors, why don't we operate on the assumption that the culprit arranged for it on purpose? They must have done something to the right dumpster to prevent it from being emptied. Is that what the mark on the outside is? The weird mark? The lid was closed when he was found, which makes me question how he was found. And then he was brought up for the police photos, so they didn't actually photograph him how they found him. Like, I guess it must have been a two-person job though, because someone would have needed, although I guess they could have, someone had to either open or close that bin though. So maybe they're looking at the wrong time, although they said he died at 8. I am not smart. There are no wrinkles on my brain. Very, very smooth. Yep. The question is what? Do you have an idea? Maybe it was disguised as something else? What do you mean? Take cosplaying, for example. Sometimes I don't get all the details correct when making costumes. But people generally recognize the character as long as I have... as long as I have the most distinguishing features. So maybe the culprit was able to disguise the rubbish collectors from opening the right one because it seemed like something else instead. Oh, so as long as they didn't think it was a dumpster, they wouldn't touch it? Exactly. It'd also have to be something that is not considered out of place either. I'd like to think they would have remembered something such as a grand piano, for example. Why a grand piano? That's not true. There's that weird marking. It's hard to figure out since there weren't any clues left behind. Wait a second. I don't think that's entirely true. Where is it? Strange mark. It's just so dang good. There was that weird mark. I wonder if that is just a swipe or... just a really quick swipe. It is so dang good though. Oh yeah, that white thing? It's not a very nice thing to call him. I'm still not exactly sure what it's supposed to represent. Graffiti, perhaps? Don't know why they'd choose to spray a little white thing on the dumpster when they have a whole canvas around them. So we're trying to figure out what it could have been disguised as, yeah? Oh, look who's joined the conversation. I still haven't played Ace Attorney. It is on my very long list of backlog things. I have it. Or at least I have something. Is it on my... I got something. What was it? I got some collection that they did. No, I don't know where. I don't have a lot of things in my Steam. In my Steam library, and yet I can never find anything. It's so frustrating. It's like I have a reference folder for, like, you know, my Patreon stuff, my game stuff. And it's like friggin' thousands of image strong, but I can never find anything. I never have a reference that's useful. Do you have any suggestions? Giant water cooler. Maybe a recycling bin? It has a similar shape, right? Could have also been a portable bathroom. The suggestions seem to be all over the place this time. Well, a giant water cooler seems unlikely. They do say a similar shape, right? That's true, though they're usually blue. I think there can be many different colors, including green. Blue is just the most common color. Hurry up and make it illegal to use non-blue ones. I will make sure to prioritize the legislation of recycling bin colors over all the other issues we are currently facing. Yes. Okay, but why would they be all different colors? How do you know if that it's a recycling bin if they're all different colors? Recycling here is yellow. But maybe that is just in my state. Other states have like twice the amount of bins. Like, Victoria, why? Why do you have so many bins? Tends to be red bin, at least in my state. Maybe other states are different. Red is garbage, yellow is recyclable, green is plant. Oh. Interesting, you have a bin specifically for food waste. So what is general bin for then? Everything else, I guess. Sounds like someone might have died because of it. How does that make you feel, Your Royal Highness? That someone died because of a serial killer, actually, which happens to be one of the aforementioned issues I mentioned. You agree with me? Yeah. Portable bathrooms are normally horizontal, are they not? Yet the dumpsters in the alleyway appear to be horizontal. They would have had to figure out a way to change its orientation quickly, and it would have been heavy. There's also the fact that, you know, they look completely different. Do they? I'll admit I've never used one before. You're not really missing out, to be honest. Yeah? Field trip to the next next time? I'll pass. Likewise. Alright, Mr. Water Cooler. Are you thirsty or something? For these boys? Maybe. No, wait, he's onto something. The shape is similar if you squint. And the ice in it would be good for throwing off the time of death. Case closed. That's not really where I was going with that, but sure. There was no sign that the body was iced. Wait, they have ice in the water coolers? Drat, foiled again. I think a recycling bin is the most likely possibility. So the mark is supposed to be a faded recycle bin sign, right? Seems easy enough to disguise. So the garbage collectors came at 9 AM this morning as usual. Perhaps they were new, or perhaps they simply didn't remember there were supposed to be 2 dumpsters. Or perhaps they're underpaid and just didn't care. Even if they did remember, they probably just chalked it up to bad memory. It's not that surprising to find a recycle bin next to a dumpster. They really went through that much trouble just so the body wouldn't have any fall damage? It does seem like a lot of work just to do that. I wonder if there's any other reason they had to make the garbage collectors leave that dumpster alone. It was so they could hide something behind the dumpster. This is probably dumb. But could they have But they also could have just hidden something inside the dumpster too? Ooh. Do you think the police actually searched through the dumpster? Cause I'm kind of feeling behind it, but then was there any evidence that it was moved? Am I finally right? Well, it's worth considering. What did you have in mind? It has to be something skinny enough to fit back there, right? You could always move it. Which eliminates me from the possible suspects, by the way. My arms aren't moving anything. No one thinks you did it, Sammy. There are wheels on it, though. I think anyone could have moved the dumpsters. Maybe I did it then. A bit too obvious, right? Sometimes the most obvious answers are the correct ones. Well, I think it'd be easier if we figured out what exactly they were trying to hide. Now these two are fairly close. I get decision paralysis, and I just do not know what to go with. I kind of feel like hiding something in it is probably the most obvious. But like, it is the most obvious. Let me check the evidence again. What am I looking for in the evidence? I also don't know if it's possible that I could have missed anything in the initial evidence as well. Like, I don't know what exactly there is to actually look at, and I can't remember from the last. See, there's only 15 minutes between finding the body I kind of lean towards something behind it. Because if he was in it and it was closed, it makes me think that whatever this luggage thing was also maybe the person who called it in. They went and got whatever they wanted, either in it or behind it, and then called it in. But if it fits in a luggage, would it be behind it or would it be in it? Maybe behind it if there's only a 15-minute gap between, unless it was super easy to find. Oh yeah. What do we think? I guess if we're wrong, it'll tell us we're wrong. One more. Okay, sorry about that. My grandmother called me out to look at a wind chime. I think they did all of this so they could hide something in the dumpster. Yeah? Like what? The body. By throwing off the time of discovery, they could give themselves an alibi if needed. So you're saying the garbage collectors emptied out the left one without realizing there was a body right next to them? It's possible. The lid covering it helped hide it from view, and bodies don't start smelling that fast. Even if it did rot a little, the trash probably would have helped mask the scent. In that case, there's only really one person who could have set this up. And who is the most likely suspect? I kind of want to say Alexi just for the laughs. Can they tell if any of these people are the same person? Has to be person A though, doesn't it? If they entered at 8:30. Although, if the body... Would there be half an hour between death and dump? Did it take them half an hour to kill him, get him over the balcony, throw him in the trash, and then get down? Probably. Had to have been person A. Yeah. It probably has to be person A. They were the only ones who could have set up the recycling bin trick before the trash collectors came. Sammy, is there any way to ascertain their identity? No, the video quality is trash. That's alright. I suppose what we have now is enough for me to bring up to reopen the investigation. I imagine they will want to thoroughly investigate the hotel cameras and see whose room that balcony belongs to. Will they though? I will also have them conduct a test of the white mark on the dumpster. Does that mean Alexi's innocent? Ideally, yes. I'm sure I will hear some complaints that he could have been person A, however. I was with the gang most of the morning before I stepped out to get coffee. Given that A had already done their thing before then, I should be cleared, yeah? Is the gang a good alibi, though? Please tell me your alibi isn't the Daola gang. You offering to validate my alibi next time? Fine. I will do my best to convince the chief that you lot are trustworthy enough. I don't think you're that much of a miracle worker. Phew! And that's that. A lot of circumstantial evidence, but I think it sounds plausible enough. Besides, we're not the main investigators on the case in any way. If this helps Prince Theory get a more detailed investigation done, then that's enough for me. How are you going to present the information, though? I thought you couldn't act like you're helping Alexi out. That's where I come in. I'll bring it up with the deputy chief. She'll know what to do. You can do that? She likes Jem for some reason. She always listens to his suggestions. She is one of the few in the force that I have no issues with. You're just biased. I think I'm allowed to be a little biased given she's thrown me behind bars at least 10 times already. 11, actually, counting this morning. Sounds like a you problem. Sammy's so funny. Stitched up. Anyway, seems like there are still a few unsolved mysteries. Like what? Like who called the cops and said I did it? And also who sent me that text? Surely there are more important things to worry about. Nah, how am I gonna pay them back if I don't know who they are? An eye for an eye, as they say. I will pretend I did not hear that. That reminds me. The Blackthorn card also mentioned a warehouse. I believe that may be worth looking into as well. Got it. I'll get a couple of the guys to search around the area. I wonder why Misha's ring was taken, or why he was even targeted in the first place. We went through everything so fast that I didn't really have a chance to stop and think about it. But is there really a government secret serial killer roaming the streets that the majority of the population doesn't know about? It's almost hard to believe. Nisha's done plenty of things to get himself targeted. The only suspicious part of this is I would have thought they'd go after me or Sasha first. Maybe they thought it'd be harder to kill you two? Yeah, probably, but Misha's no slouch either. If they managed to take him out, then I hate to say it, but I probably underestimated them. The air is heavy with silence following Alexi's statement. It's one thing to hear about a random serial killer, but it's another to see the people around you actually affected by them. It feels so much more real. We'll be okay. Surprisingly, it's Prince Theory who breaks the silence. We have a hacker, a master disguiser, a detective, and me, of course. A detective? You're part of the club now, girl. what is it? Girly. You're really gonna leave me off? Even though I was the main character this time? My apologies. We also have a troublemaker convict over here. Well, that's better than whatever you called me last time. What was it again? Egomaniac gangster? I don't even know what that means. Take a guess. It's exactly what it sounds like. Yeah? Put me kettle theory. No, that one's definitely wrong. The air shifts just as quickly as before, and the ominous atmosphere disappears. I really like the dynamic between the love interests. So, something that I have been really trying to capture with my own games is that kind of bickering banter, kind of like back and forth between the love interest characters as well as between the main character and a love interest. I wanted them all to be very connected and to have that kind of like emotive response, both for a player point of view and for just like story wise. And part of that leads back to the fact that some of my favorite games, like, you know, Dragon Age, Divine Speaker, like they have that very like just kind of like this energy to them that you just kind of get sucked into the characters. And it's like, I really enjoy when the characters carry the scenes themselves and between them, and you can see that that level of writing, that these characters feel fully fleshed out and that they actually respond to each other and within their world. And that's something that I really wanted to really showcase throughout the in-between, but then I started hitting walls of like, it didn't really end up fitting the structure of what I was going for. Like, Emrys and Solus are two characters that, like, they look at each other and, like, you know, the anime sparks start flying between them. Like, that's the dynamic I wanted for those two characters. But then, like, their actual interaction with each other within their respective roles end up so separated at the same, like, that just happened to be necessary for the way that the story went. So much has changed within that. But I really, like, both admire stories that can, like, that have that structure where the main characters can, like, can experience that kind of, I guess, character connection. And also very jealous of it, because I'm just like, I know what I want to achieve within the, like, within what I'm making, and I just don't have the right project yet. I think I'm going to be able to get a lot more of that through Heart Agency, because it's going to be more of a collective. And, like, we've already set it up with rivalries, like Hilo and Ash don't like each other. And then there's, like, you know, the twin dynamic, and Adrian doesn't like any of them. So, like, I'm excited to really start working on something that, you know, I can really kind of really play with those, like, character dynamics all at once. So I'm really enjoying just, like, these moments with, like, you know, the boys bickering back and forth. It's like, that's something that draws me to, like, two scripts, just that, like, that dumb boy energy, like they're just, the things that come out of their mouth is just so stupid, and I love them so much for it. I'm not saying that the writing is stupid or anything like that, just, like, pretty boys saying dumb shit to each other over nonsense. Like, I love that energy. Prince Theory sits on the couch as the boys bicker back and forth, arms crossed and a scowl on his face. But there's no bark behind his words. He managed to shift the mood with just a few words. As expected of the Crown Prince. I also love being able to like squeeze in really awful puns. It's like within the in-between, Emrys makes puns. And he thinks he's hilarious and everyone else wants to die. He also rolls his R's, and he's perfect. Apparently the Miko in Final Fantasy do that in the Japanese, but they don't do it in the English, and I think we were robbed. Give us our rolled R's. It's cute as hell. If you see a lot of references to Final Fantasy in my writing, no you don't. Most of it is unintentional. It's like when I was making Moonflower, and like, I've gotten comments on Moonflower that people think it's like an Amaric and Miko like fan fiction, and like the Moonflower is like, you know, the Elpis flowers, and I'm just like, it's completely irrelevant. Like, there was nothing. Moonflower is, I think, the only game that I've done. I mean, I've only done 3 of them, but like, the only thing that I've written that doesn't have Final Fantasy in it. And Hard Agency is overt, but that wasn't my fault. I didn't design that character. Well, I would love to stay in chat. I believe it's time for me to get going. I love putting references and things though, like whether it, like, I've referenced A Date with Death in the very end of the in-between common route, which is only available for beta players on my Patreon or Kickstarter at the moment, but they talk about Micah mentions Grim Reaper and like describes like a kind of joke version of what he thinks a Grim Reaper would look like, and it's pretty much just Steve? I didn't add it at first, and then I was like, no, I keep thinking about it, I'm gonna do it. Steve! Gem, accompany me? Of course, 1 second. Jem jumps off the couch and runs off to retrieve his disguise. He has golden retriever energy. Prince Theory stands up and makes to go after him, but Alexi slides in his way. You know he does. Hey, I'm counting on you. There's a serious look on his face, and he speaks in a tone quieter than I've ever heard him use. I've known him for like a couple of hours, but I guess. It's always something interesting to play with in things like visual novels. You've got such a short time with your players, and everything has to happen within that time that you have. So like, often you'll have this like epic story, but it takes place in like a week. And it's like, you really have to suspend the disbelief on time. Just completely ignore that time exists. Because otherwise you then have to do like big time skips through things, or you have to write those in between moments, no pun intended, but you have to write those in between moments, and then you end up getting longer and longer and longer in your script just to try and fill out time to a more like reasonable degree. I play with time a little bit within the in-between, because within the in, time works different. But then Micah still experiences what he experiences, so like, from a player perspective, you're still only with these characters for a certain amount of time from Micah's perspective, despite how much time might pass around them. They stare at each other for a few seconds, wordless communication between them built on years of trust, and I'm suddenly reminded of what they said back in the cells. Long story short, a lot of people would be happier if we didn't get along. It'd be too much power if we were on the same side, and that would only attract enemies. It's easier if we just didn't associate with each other in public. I've always thought that friendships needed to be showed off, that they only became real if other people saw and validated it. Well, that's... I feel like this girl has a lot of abuse and trauma in her past. I mean, she only has one friend. And a lot of the way that, like, I get the feeling that the more we find out about this MC, the more, like, the more tragic she's gonna get. But I really want to see her kind of ally Theo. I'm hoping Theo is not the bad guy. Who knows? Maybe she will be. Yes. I'm really looking forward to, at least what I'm hoping to see through the MC's, through Yunie's story, is to see her grow and be more confident in herself, to realize that she doesn't have to leave the room. She doesn't have to listen to Mr. Potato Head, that he's holding her back. I want to see her flourish. That's something I find in a lot of Otome games. Otome? Otome? I say everything wrong, but I find that the MCs don't get to really stand firm. Like, being assertive ends up leading to bad ends. And it's like, no, I want this character to really grow into themselves in their story and to overcome with the other characters, in spite of the other characters, like, in world. Like, I want to see them own their story and who they are. I think that's just very satisfying for me. Perhaps that comes from being someone who is, in real life, incredibly anxious and reserved and needs permission and encouragement to do anything. That I want to see something that is completely different to how I would typically operate, even if it's not something that I like. I want to see that kind of... Hey, Phoenix. I want to see that kind of realization, I guess, in games. I don't put myself in a role. I want to play something that is completely removed from myself. But yeah, I really hope we see her growing more confident and getting to speak up. Like, I mean, she texted him instead of speaking up. She offered to leave the room because that's what she's dealt with. And been, like, taught to do. I really want to see her kind of going through that journey of, like, unlearning the habits and the training that she's gone through for, you know, job, society, that kind of thing, and be super confident. I think that's always very satisfying to see, and I really hope we get to see that for her. Because this is a very telling statement. But I can see now that that's not always true. I've only known these guys for a short while, and even I can tell that they're really close. I'll take care of it. Who do you think I am? You can thank me later by buying me drinks. I love that facial expression. He's just so pretty. Not sure why the literal prince of the country is mooching off me, but okay. He huffs in annoyance, moving away with his hands in his pockets. And just like that, the moment is over. He is very good at disguise. He looks exactly like every other cop. I'm ready to go, Theory. Wonderful. Alexei, they may summon you later once they've done their investigation, so be ready to go. Aye aye. Ugh. Shiara's gonna chew my ear off, isn't she? Considering how much extra paperwork you've made for her, I believe she has earned the right. She should be angry at you instead. I was perfectly content just chilling in my jail cell. He was trying to help. You know they would have tried to pin more things on you if you stayed there. Stop being logical, Gem. That's what I'm here for. Alexei rolls his eyes, but he gets the last laugh as he puts Gem in a headlock, ruffling through his hair. I laugh as I watch Gem try to free himself, soaking it all in. That was fun. It wasn't even just the detective part. Hanging out with all of them was just really enjoyable. I've had a hard time clicking with anyone who isn't Theo, but this felt natural. Feeling a little bittersweet, I stand up. Bathroom? Oh, no, I should probably go. Do you have something to do? He seems to have managed to free himself from Alexei's clutches, though his hair is still a bit messy under his cap. Not really, I just... Let her go if she needs to. It'll just be boring administration stuff for the next few hours anyway. You'll be at the celebration later though, yeah? We're gonna chill and have some drinks. I'm invited? Yeah, you helped out too, didn't you? Did you think we'd ask for your help then dump you off after it was over? Isn't that normally how this works? They seem to have other expectations though, judging by the looks they're giving me. Well, I can't deny that I do really want to spend more time with them. Besides, I still haven't figured out what's the deal with that vision yet. So the most logical course of action would be to stick with them for a little bit longer, right? Yeah, that sounds good. Even if they eventually get tired of me, as long as I've managed to solve this mystery, then I'll be satisfied. Well, I'd like to stay if you'll have me. Yeah? Good. It wouldn't feel right. I wouldn't feel right about you leaving before I could pay you back. I think she owes you one for smacking her. Gem, do you mind getting the car first? Huh? Okay, sure. See you later, Yunie. Promise. Okay. I promise. Oh, that sound effect! I can't! He... He runs off with a goofy grin on his face, and I can't help but smile. Oh man, that's like my favorite phrase in my friggin' writing. Can't help but. It's just such a useful phrase. You couldn't help but. And I can't help but smile. Detective. He stayed behind to talk to me? Hi, Prince Theory. Thank you for your help. I'll admit I hadn't anticipated it to go quite so smoothly. Oh, it was all thanks to all of you. I really didn't do much. Please don't undersell yourself. We couldn't have done it without you. So thank you. And I apologize for not treating you very kindly up until now. He's just so freaking pretty! Do you think he has a matching earring? Because you can't see it. Does he only have one? No, it's okay. You don't need to apologize. I'm just glad I could be of help. Yes, and I am very grateful for your assistance. Hey, good for you. Looks like you passed his test. Alexi. Oh, no, it's okay. I kind of assumed it was a test anyway. Well, I mean, they said in the beginning that, why don't we make this a test? Oh, did she hear that though? I'm pretty sure she heard that. Barry, the car's out front. Jem's voice echoes from the entrance. But Prince Theory surprisingly seems reluctant to leave. You should go, Prince Theory. I should. Then I'll see you tonight at the celebration, Detective. I would be delighted if you could join us. We've thawed the Ice Prince. He likes us. I wonder what their parties are like. I only went to a handful in college, usually when some classmate forced me to go, but I don't think it'll be anything like those. Excellent. Please feel free to rack up the bill as much as you'd like. Alexi's paying. What? If it weren't for us, you'd be in jail. You're welcome, by the way. Seriously? The sight of the notoriously evil gangster floundering around makes me laugh, and I can't resist joining in on the ribbing. Well, if Alexi's paying, now I really have to go. See? Even she is looking forward to this now. You wouldn't want to disappoint her, would you? Fine, fine. I'll pay this time. You win. Laugh it up while you can. Don't think I didn't notice you weaponizing her against me already. Weaponize? What a cruel thing to say about our new acquaintance. Ugh. Just shut up and go already. Let me wallow in misery and mourn my wallet. He collapses onto the couch and waves Prince Theory away. Very well. I wouldn't want to keep Jem waiting. He gives me one more nod before turning on his heels and leaving. And there he goes. I glance over at the other two. Alexi is scrolling through his phone, seemingly over it already, while Sammy is lazily going through his computer. Do you think they'll be able to track down Blackthorn? Nah. The police are basically useless. Blackthorn's been running circles around them for years already. They've been around that long? Mm-hmm. First showed up 5 years ago? The first few murders caused a big stir, but then the government cracked down hard on it. There's been a gag order on all cases since then. That explains why I had no idea. You've already been told this, haven't you? I was out of the country for college back then. Why'd you go that far away? Anyway, plenty of good universities here. Not for detectives, no. True, doesn't seem like they give much of a shit about detectives here. Ouch. He's not wrong. Anyway, don't worry too much about Blackthorn. The police might be useless, but now that a member of the gang has been killed, Sasha will start hunting them down. It'll only be a matter of time before we sniff them out. Never thought I'd have a gangster reassuring me that he'd catch a serial killer. I've come a long way since you thought I kidnapped people and stole things from starving children, yeah? I didn't say that second one. Anyway, should I go buy the drinks? What? You want to get started on the festivities already? No, I meant for later. Unless you guys had the stuff already? I glance over at the kitchen, but I don't see any beverages or party food. They're probably going to bring a chef in. I do not consent to having my living room used for such purposes. Oh, is it going to be somewhere else then? I had assumed they would only gather here for secrecy, but it makes sense that they'd want to get out of here. We've been stuck in this room for a while, after all. Yeah, of course. How do you feel about Celestial? Ooh. I just want to zoom in on people's backgrounds. I think one of the reasons why I really enjoy doing like the panning and like the camera work throughout my games, which can be divisive, is that it shows a lot more of the backgrounds. Like you can see a lot more of like the details and stuff that are going into them, rather than them always being just like full screen size. Whoa, I've never seen Celestial this empty before. The club's closed for the night, courtesy of Prince Thierry renting the entire place out. Apparently he knows the manager of the club very well and trusts him to maintain secrecy. I like this music. The manager had set up a couple of bottles of beer in front of us, told us where to find more if we needed any, and then left for the night. A man who knows what his job is and does it well. Can I go home now? That's a mood. Sammy, we just got here. I'm allergic to the outdoors. Thought you said it was sunlight last time. You told me it was milk. He lives on Red Bull and darkness, doesn't he? Please keep your story straight if you're going to lie. I don't want to hear from you. I don't lie. I selectively tell the truth. That's even worse. They look much more relaxed than they had earlier. Having the charges against Alexei dropped must have taken a load off their minds. I'm kind of surprised how quickly it wrapped up. I guess the police can do it if they put their minds to it. Anyway, it's safer back at the hideout, but we've been cooped up there all afternoon. So I'm not complaining about this change in location. The sound of the door closing stops me in my tracks, and the five of us swivel to look at it in unison with various degrees of horror. You guys are really bad at this whole secrecy thing. That's strange. Did you forget to lock the... Yunie? I blink as a familiar figure shows up near the door. Theo? Girl, are you serious? I've been trying to reach you for the past few hours, and this is where you were? She's so pretty. And yet there's something about her that makes me suspicious. Like, she's so far the only other character that has a face. Apart from, like, you know, this main group. She's the only friend. It just makes me suspicious. I'm suspicious of everyone in stories, though. Like, I have I have major trust issues. I'm expecting everything to be the, oh, there it is. That's the bad guy. I glanced at my phone and sure enough, I have some missed calls from Theo. She must have called during our discussion. Oh, sorry. I haven't had a chance to check my phone. It's been a long day. What about you? Why are you here? The club's closed for the night. I left something here by accident. Theo suddenly seems to notice that we aren't alone, because she looks at everyone around us before giving me a huge grin. A long day, huh? Now this I gotta hear. I glance over at Prince Theory, who smiles politely but looks a little tense, and then back at Theo, who leans against one of the chairs with a smirk on her face. This is my best friend Theo. I know this is asking a lot, but she's trustworthy, so... What, are you guys worried I'll tell people you're here? Or something? Don't worry about that. I see all kinds of people here that it's not even worth bragging about anymore. I mean, I even saw your brother the other day. Nate was here? Alright. Prince Theory has a younger brother. He rarely shows up in public though. So I don't even know what he looks like. He sure was. He's a regular. He is? Anyway, I don't really care why you're here. I get paid to talk, not to pry. Fine, you can stay. Wait, really? Since she is your friend, I will trust your judgment. It just... This feels like a suspect flag. Is that not what you wanted? No, it is, but... I feel a little cheated since I had to work so hard for your trust. It's because Jem gave him an earful earlier about being nice to you. Lexi! Must you insist on trampling on my dignity? I'm literally saying you're a nice guy. So... She nudges me in the side, an excited look on her face. Where's this story I was promised? So I tell her a bit about what transpired today. I have to leave out a lot of details, so I focus mostly on my own involvement. From stumbling upon the body to meeting the four. I leave out the jailbreak part, of course. The story has a lot of holes to the parts I omitted, but Theo doesn't seem to care. She listens excitedly, nodding along and gasping when appropriate, and even cursing Mr. Potato Head out when I tell her what he had said. You weren't kidding when you said you had a hell of a day. I let you out of my sight for a couple of hours and you run off and get involved in all of this. Well, hopefully you'll be able to have a nice and quiet few weeks after this. Your eyes light up when you read about dead bodies, girl. I don't think you know what a peaceful life means. Okay, but actual corpses are different. I can say that now, as a dead body expert. One makes you an expert, huh? Still one more than I expected to see on a Tuesday morning. There's the sound of glass clinking against the table, and I look over to see that Jem has moved several bottles in front of us. I brought some drinks for you, ladies. Well, 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 if it isn't Mr. Gemstones himself. You know who I am? Duh. The girls here are crazy about you. They'd be so sad if they knew you were here when the club was closed. Looks like you're pretty popular, Gem. It's a little embarrassing to talk about my streams in real life, though. Oh, that's Alexi, by the way. Hey there. Hey yourself. I recognize you from your mugshot. Yeah, that's flattering. I want to see Prince Theory kind of tipsy. I bet he's a soppy drunk. Like, he's got such an icy exterior. I bet you get like one shot into him and he's like weepy. I glance over at Prince Theory. He was already begun drinking. He gives me a nod before returning to his cup. The bottle in front of him is half empty. Oh, that's disappointing. That's His Highness over there. I know. And even if I didn't, it's obvious by his choice of beverage. Really? Yeah. That's the most expensive thing we have on the menu. Son of a bitch. So he's paying. Prince Theory acts like he doesn't hear him, though I can see the corner of his mouth quirk up slightly. And finally, there's Sammy. Actually, where did he go? He took the opportunity to slip away. I look around for him and finally find him in the corner of a booth, melting into the seat. I reach out and poke his cheek to see if he's awake, and he lets out a groan in response. Hi, Sammy. Ugh. Is he okay? Yeah, that's normal. He deflates when he steps outside his house. Luckily, I was able to tempt him here with free booze. Really? Not a lot of drinking going on right now, though. Sure he's not just wasted? Sammy sits up with a speed I've never seen him move at before and picks up one of the bottles of cheap beer on the table. I wouldn't get drunk off this. Oh yeah? Alright, I'll call your bluff. Drink up. First to give. Ooh, you're challenging me? Real ballsy, aren't you? Wait, Sammy, she really knows how to hold her liquor. Maybe that's not a good idea. No take-backs. Wouldn't dream of it. Bottoms up. The two of them stare at each other, and then, in unison, both grab the nearest bottle to them and tip it back. I expected that Sammy would be competitive, but I didn't think he'd get serious about something like drinking. Well, I'm just glad Theo's getting along with them. Though, that shouldn't be a surprise. She's charismatic enough to be friendly with most people. I watch as Theo and Sammy both reach for the same bottle, glare at one another, and then accidentally knock it off the table while trying to wrestle it from each other. Never mind. I feel like I'm watching a disaster slowly unfold. Hey girl, what you doing? Drink up, drink up! Wait! Theo, it's overflowing! Theo frowns, apparently taking my statement as a challenge, and then tries again. She completely misses the cup this time, and I yelp and quickly scoot away before any of it can splash on me. She's completely sloshed. Nah, just slightly tipsy. How are you fine? I'm a professional at destroying my body. I'm used to it by now. Wait, you actually won? Let's call it a draw. He does look like he's faring better than Theo, but his cheeks are reddened and his eyes slightly unfocused. Still, the fact that you went glass for glass with someone who drinks for a living makes me a little worried. He cheated, obviously. Cope. He's... You You talk funny. You know that? I don't want to hear that from someone who's slurring all her words. Sammy suddenly stands up. Theo and I look at him questioning. Wait, where are you going? Bathroom. Oh, we're going for a chunder. I'm gonna puke my guts out. The tactical chunder. He disappears before either of us can say anything. The wine here is simply exquisite. Wouldn't you agree, Alexi? Oh, this is funny. You sure you're gonna be okay there, Gamer Boy? That's cute. And again, I suppose any glass shared with comrades will taste special. Comrade! Fine. Oh. Ugh, what? Comrades? Try walking through the door instead of the wall next time. Because I'm not getting those motorcycle upgrades after all. You could at least pretend not to be so happy. About bleeding me dry. Why would I not be happy about receiving your generous goodwill? I'm gonna stab you in the back one of these days. Please don't. We worked really hard to get you declared innocent. It's so lively here. I've been smiling so much my cheeks hurt. I'm really glad I took the chance today. In another universe, maybe I never went to the jail. Maybe I waited for Mr. Potato Head and returned to work instead. Do you have a job to go back to? The me in that universe is probably lying in bed right now, aimlessly scrolling through her phone, not knowing what she's missing out on. That could have easily been me if I'd decided differently. I still don't know what exactly that vision is, or why I saw it in the first place, but I'm kind of thankful for it. I would have never been in this position without it. Life works out in strange ways, doesn't it? Suddenly wanting to talk some more, I glance around to see where everyone's at. They're mostly sitting by themselves now, cradling their own drinks and enjoying the atmosphere. I should join one of them. Prince Theory is sipping his probably very expensive drink contently. And he smiles and tilts his head at the empty seat across from him when he notices me making my way over. Hello, detective. Thank you for your help. Hi, Prince Theory. You know, I've gotten so used to your normal personality that your fake smile looks a bit weird now. Oops. I didn't mean to say the quiet part out loud. You claim that it would be disrespectful if you called me by my name, and yet you seem to have no problem being blatantly rude to my face. I guess I'm a little more comfortable around you now. Really? I'm glad to hear that. Maybe it's the alcohol, or maybe it's because the case is over for now, but he seems more relaxed. Did the negotiations go okay? It was every bit as annoying as I expected, but as long as Alexi can walk free, it's worth it. The chief of police put up a fight as expected, but he couldn't say much when Blackthorn was brought up. Implicating Alexi in this situation would open up a whole new can of worms. I'm sure he'd rather not deal with at this moment, especially seeing as the Diolas would most certainly retaliate in that scenario. It's already warm enough that my posters are melting off my doors again. My room, I mean, it's still pretty much covered. At least, like, 3 of the walls, but I gave up on putting up on like posters and stuff and artworks that I've gotten at conventions, because it gets so hot that the stickers that I use just melt, and like things are literally just falling off. There's a Yuri on Ice poster on my door that's just peeling off at the moment. Just watch it slowly dying. One of my few survivors. Thankfully, he finally decided to use his brain and realized that dropping the charges would be the smartest course of action. He mutters something under his breath that sounds suspiciously like motherfucker. But when I glance over at him, he smiles at me pleasantly. Alexi's lucky to have a friend like you. I'm aware. I wouldn't mind hearing that more often from him, however. God, he's so pretty. He glances over at Alexi, who's wallowing in pity by himself, and raises his glass smugly. He gets the middle finger in return. He seems very thankful. He will retaliate by being excruciatingly annoying at our next meeting. In any case, that is enough talk about work. Can I ask you a question then? Of course. I pause, a little surprised at the lack of hesitation in his answer, and he raises an eyebrow in response. Did you think I would turn you down like I did earlier? Yeah, actually. Even though we are now drinking together? Well, it hasn't even been a day yet, so I wasn't sure. In a single day, you've managed to break into jail, help us escape, investigate a case, and put forth a reasonable solution. It does sound wild when he puts it that way. You've done enough for me to let go of my earlier reservations, wouldn't you say? While we're on the topic, allow me to apologize again. No more apologies. You've already said sorry so many times. It's okay, really. I wouldn't have trusted me if I was in your shoes either. He's quiet for a few moments before he holds out his hand. In that case, allow me to extend an offer of friendship instead. Huh? Whatever I thought he was about to say, it wasn't this. Contrary to popular belief, I don't particularly enjoy pushing people away. The opposite, in fact. Your entrance hardly inspired much confidence, but I suppose what I'm trying to say is that I would like to place my trust in you anyway. What do you say, detective? I can't see the word detective these days without hearing it in Tom Ellis's Lucifer voice. Detective. I can't do a British accent. I can't do any accent other than my own, and that is a very unpleasant one. Feeling a little unsure, I wait for him to retract his offer, but when he doesn't, I slowly inch my hand forward and place it in his. We shake hands. His grip is firm, as expected of someone who does this for a living. Is this normally how rich people make friends? It's silent for a couple of seconds, and I realize he's waiting for me to answer his question. It would be my honor, and I promise I won't betray your trust. He stares at me quietly for a couple of moments, as if confirming my sincerity. I make sure not to look away, even though the eye contact and joint hands start feeling a little awkward. Wonderful. Then I'll be counting on your assistance in the future as well. And with that, he moves away, and his hand drops back down and my oh, I was like, what? Where's his hand going? And my hand drops back down back down to my lap. Why was that such a hard sentence to say? Did I make a friend, or did I just get hired? Whatever. Don't overthink this. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even though he most likely just offered to be polite, it's still very real to me. I smile down at my hand, though I quickly school my expression to something more neutral when he glances back over to me. Now then, that was a rather long... Ooh. That's a word that I don't know that I can say. A rather long non-sequitur? But I believe you wanted to ask me a question? Should I ask him the question I had before? Or should I stay with the current topic? About the friendship. I feel like that's an awkward question. Have you known Alexei for long? For a while now, yes. At first, it was mainly due to necessity. He was the only one my age at meetings, so naturally we stuck together. Not in a good way, mind you, since we were expected to be enemies. We fought a lot in the beginning. How did you guys discover you could actually be friends then? Doesn't seem like you'd have many opportunities to do so. We were locked in a room once. An assassin attempt? Nothing that nefarious. I suspect it was a prank by one of the Diolas, given how the gang never raised too much of a fuss about it afterwards. But it was never confirmed. That was the first time we talked with each other privately. And now here we are. Oh. Locked in a room together. No witnesses. I feel like he skipped over quite a few steps. What about the others? Like Gem? I wouldn't think the Crown Prince would meet just any streamer. Full of questions today, aren't we? It's a detective thing, I'm afraid. Gem used to cosplay as high-ranking officials. Sorry? He built his following by cosplaying as public figures. He was very skilled even back then, skilled enough that the police tried to arrest him. They were frightened he'd cause some damage to the faces he was wearing. No way! I can't even imagine Jem doing something like that. He was more wild when we were teenagers. He's mellowed out quite a bit since then. A wild Jem? I can't even imagine that. I want to see like emo e-boy Jem. The bubblegum pink hair with like, you know, the black fishnet gloves and the eyeliner and bad attitude. Gem, but make it Fallout Boy. I was trying to picture Gem as a delinquent, but the image in my head keeps morphing into a teenage Alexei instead. What about Sammy then? Alexei offered up Sammy's house as a place we could meet one day. As for how those two came to know each other, you would have to ask them yourself. But Sammy wasn't too happy about you guys just barging in. That is putting it lightly. I believed he triggered every single national alarm he could to try to get us to leave. Oh, Sammy, never change. And what about us? Is this a test? We met at Alexi's jail cell this afternoon, did we not? I wait to see if he says anything else, but he looks more confused, if anything. He didn't mention anything about vision. He could be hiding it like I am, of course. But I don't know how else to press this topic without making him suspicious. Huh, ding ding ding, correct? If Alexi has somehow convinced you that I'm senile, I implore you to please reconsider. I was really surprised to run into you, honestly. I didn't think anyone other than Alexi would be there. Wait, how did you get in there? I didn't see anyone enter, and you were already there by the time I arrived. If you didn't go in while I was there, that means you must have entered earlier, right? How much earlier? Did you follow Alexi in after he was transported in the cells? Or maybe you got there just before him, even? Since I didn't see you on the cameras, you were hiding somewhere waiting to help him. Next question. You answered all the government secret questions, but not this one? Next question. Okay. He scowls and he's embarrassed. He scowls and turns away, picking up the bottle in front of him. Would you like to try some of this? It's okay. I don't really like drinking that much, so it'd be wasted on me. Pity then. I was hoping you'd be drunk enough to agree to call me by my first name. Wait, what? Does it really matter to him that much? He doesn't respond. And I realized he's waiting for me to give it a try. You're getting there. Your Royal Highness Prince Theory! Grand Prince of Solari! Why did it get longer? Oh well, that's good enough for today. Hold out your hand. Let me reward you for your efforts. My efforts for failing to say his name? I do as I'm told, offering my hand quizzically. I expect him to just give me a bottle of beer or something, or another handshake or something, but instead he places a piece of paper in my hand. Oh, it's a check? It's the check from earlier. That's right. You aren't allowed to refuse it. But it's too much. I seem to recall a certain detective saying that I could decide how much I gave based on her performance. Yeah, but I didn't do enough to deserve this. Everyone else helped a lot too, including you. I was just... Detective. Yes. Consider it my own personal gratitude then. This is how I say thank you. Please accept it. I stopped myself. As much as I still don't think I deserve it, I don't want to trample on his feelings either. And you also probably don't have a job anymore. Like, you just disappeared from work, and Mr. Potato Head is not gonna take that. You're gonna get back to work and your desk is gonna be in boxes. And to keep refusing now seems rude, especially when he's been so sincere. Okay, I'll happily accept then. Thank you so much, Prince Theory. But since we're friends now, no more checks next time, okay? Huh? Alright, understood. What was that noise? Oh no, someone's gonna do karaoke? Theo. It's not hard to find where it's coming from. Theo has climbed onto the stage and started belting out a solo. I quickly make my way over before she can do any more damage with her karaoke. And by... and by karaoke, I mean her singing on indecipherable lyrics into the mouth of an empty champagne bottle while swinging around the room. You're going to have such a nasty hangover tomorrow. It's okay. I don't work until tomorrow night anyway. Free drinks are free drinks. If I don't drink them now, when am I ever gonna get the opportunity again? She's pretty clingy when she's drunk, but I find it cute. Theo acts very professional and cool normally, so it's nice to see her let go and have some fun. It also helps that she relies on me more too. Don't your patrons normally buy you drinks? Oh, they're so stingy nowadays. I asked them if they want refills, but all they want to do is talk about this stupid virus and stupid politics and the stupid royal family. Wait, Theo, I quickly glance over to make sure she isn't executed on the spot for treason, but Prince Theory just waves it off before going back to making patronizing comments about Alexi's attempted champagne tower. Doesn't look very stable, does it? It's gotten that bad? Yeah. I really love these chibi heads, they're so cute. This is such a cool way to use the these chat bubbles too. There's actually there's a lot through this that they've kind of given me kind of different kind of, I guess, examples, ways to use things that I kind of didn't really think were interesting before. Like, I've never really been that interested in like the kind of chat bubble things, especially within like a visual novel like this that has just like, you know, the normal text box and just like what could you possibly use these for. But this is a really cool way to utilize that. Having like, you know, them pop off the side for what, you know, the characters off screen are talking about. I think that's very clever. So, I find it interesting playing other devs' games like from a dev's perspective, because like I see what they do and I'm like, I never would have thought of that. Like, never in a million years would I have thought to do things the way that another dev has done things. And it's like, it's an interesting experience because you end up questioning everything about your own work and are also endlessly impressed with what everyone else is doing. You learn something new and find a new inspiration every time you play someone else's game. And it's an interesting kind of dynamic between that and being your own worst critic. You can't help but judge what you make against what everyone else is making. So it's an interesting thing of like how you can kind of approach things in a like separating the dev from the player. So turn off that dev brain of, why didn't I think of that, or why don't I know how to do that, or like is this so much better than what I'm making, or do I like there's a lot that you end up kind of spiraling through playing really high quality games. So I find it an interesting dynamic. I get really excited whenever a dev like approaches me for the channel though, and it's like, as a dev, I don't really know all that many other devs, but the channel offers like a kind of unique way to allow me to play more in a way that it's still work, because just playing a game makes me feel too guilty that I'm not working on my games. Because if I'm playing, I'm not working, and it's all a big It's all a big prickly spiral of of balance, or rather no balance. But I get very excited whenever another devs like approaches the channel. Because it's such a unique opportunity to not only like experience what other devs are doing, but also like build the connections that the studio doesn't have. Yeah, everyone's such a downer. I don't want to hear another story about how the dude's emotionally cheating on his wife with me and... Hey, can I have that? She points at one of the unopened bottles, already reaching for it. I nod and switch out the alcohol for a glass of water when she's not looking. Judging by the way she's chugged it, she didn't even notice. Oh, it almost fell. I enjoyed it. The gangster's the one that gets bullied. Once I make enough money, let's just move to a farm together. Far away from any icky people. Nah, trust. Sure, but how am I gonna do detective work if there's no one around? Unless you're going to make mysteries for me. No, not smart enough for that. You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out instantly. I wouldn't say that. Ooh, Jenga? Oh no, champagne Jenga. Girl, don't even start with me. You were the top of the class in high school. Tammy, don't! She suddenly stops talking, expression serious, and grabs my shoulders with both hands. Are you okay? You're not gonna throw up, are you? Yunie. Yes? What if someone steals the carrots? Could you figure out who did it? We were the only ones living on the farm, then yes, it'd be you. Drat. She collapses on the floor dramatically, and I laugh and sit down next to her. It was such a good idea, too. I'm sure I'd be glad I suffered through 4 years of college and 2 years of Mr. Potato Head to fulfill my dream of becoming the carrot detective. You should become Sherlock Holmes, and even that wouldn't be enough. You could become Sherlock Holmes, and even that wouldn't be enough to justify Mr. Potato Head's reign of terror. Ugh, speaking of him, he's probably gonna let me have it tomorrow. I kind of just ran off today and never returned. Oof. Girl, you know what you need? I don't need another drink. I wasn't even gonna say that. Jeez, your opinion of me is trash. Maybe try saying that when you aren't surrounded by empty beer bottles. Well, anyway. One of the girls gave me a book on meditation yesterday. Maybe you can just disassociate during one of his lectures. That actually sounds like a good idea. Maybe I'll take you up on that. Here, let me send you the link to it. She tries to type in her password, but her fingers are shaky. Shaking too much that she almost locks herself out. I gently pry the phone out of her grasp. I'll do it for you, okay? Yunie... I think I might be wasted. I know. Oh, I didn't know you still had this as your background. What I think is fun about Theo is that by her appearance alone in, like, you know, a kind of like an anime kind of standard, she should not be a nice person. We were so cute. When was this again? Second year of high school, right? Girl, I'm drunk out of my mind and you have a photographic memory. Yeah, I wasn't really asking. Look at our matching uniforms. So cute. You insisted on wearing yours all the time, remember? Ugh, don't remind me. I take one last look at the wallpaper before texting the link to myself and returning her phone to her. Yeah. You've come a long way, you know? You used to be so shy. You never talked to anyone. I'm glad you're feeling more comfortable with yourself now. Theo. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised. I didn't think you had it in you. I only looked away for a few moments and now you're all grown up now. Since when did you get so brave? Okay, Theo, that's enough. Hey. Her voice suddenly goes quiet and she leans in. I can still smell the alcohol in her breath, but her eyes are surprisingly sharp and serious despite her smiling face. They're not pressuring you into this, are they? Huh? I know I said I wasn't going to pry earlier, but I'd be blind if I didn't notice that this was a weird group. You okay? You didn't get caught up in something dangerous, did you? Oh, absolutely. The Blackthorn image flashes in my mind and I wave it away, but not quickly enough. Theo frowns, taking my silence as an answer, and starts to stand up. I lunge forward without thinking, grabbing her wrist to stop her. No, I mean, it's okay, I'm fine. Theo looks at me patiently, prompting me to continue. She's right though. Even though I've been trying not to think about it, I can't deny that there's a high probability the four of them are involved in more serious things. Do I trust them, despite that? Some things have happened, yeah, but I don't think they'd hurt me. I don't have anything to back that up, but it's just the feeling I'm getting. It's a rather weak proclamation. Fear remains quiet, and I feel my conviction fading away. If you don't think so, then maybe I should... Yunie. Yeah? If you think they're trustworthy, then that's enough for me. Oh. I thought you'd put up more of a fight. Why? I don't know. You're usually so suspicious of everyone. Oh, that makes me more suspicious of her. Well, I know how much of that brain of yours likes to overthink. You'll start second-guessing yourself if I say something. Oh, she's not wrong about that. Leave the overthinking to me. You just focus on having fun, okay? You deserve to. Well, since you said it, I guess I have to now. I relax a little. Theo may not know it, but her approval means more to me than anything else. I guess the saying is true. Love changes you. Huh? Love? Of course. You met those 4 hot studs and completely changed. You're not trying to tell me it's not related, are you? Haven't even known them for a day yet. Theo completely ignores my protests and barrels on. You never get close to people, yet you're voluntarily hanging out? Seems suspicious if you ask me. Don't think I didn't notice you leaving out all the juicy bits in your story earlier. And you always say you don't have a knack for being a detective. This isn't being a detective, it's called being nosy. So, which one are you interested in? Theo! She nudges me with her shoulder and gives me a big grin that I know means I'm not getting out of this that easily. Give me a quick rundown before I pass out. Every time it does the fade to black, I feel like it's about to end, and then it comes back again. And I have no idea how much I have left, but I've been here for about 5 hours now. So I don't know if I just... because my throat is starting to hurt, and I am starting to have trouble talking. the problem with visual novels is that it's constant reading out loud. So there's so much talking, and I would usually never talk this much in a single day. In multiple days. So I have no idea how long left this. I feel like I just know that the moment I turn it off though, it's gonna be like, oh, you only had like 3 lines left. But then if I don't stop, it's gonna be like, actually you had like an hour left on it. Because I know it's about 50,000 words long, which is the same, around about the same as the in-between extended demo, and that's been taking people like 7-8 hours to get through. So like, I think that I am going to have to stop this here for today. Because I am starting to like guzzle the water. And I am almost out. So, I have no idea how much of this is left, but I am going to stop it here. Because it's entirely too warm in my room, my voice is starting to hurt, and I am very sleepy and hungry. Which all sound like a lot of good reasons to end the stream right here. So thank you for joining me for this. This has been a lot more of Mirage Noir. I am really enjoying it so far. Excited to see where they go. They have just yesterday finished their Kickstarter, but it is still open to late pledges. There is a link in chat if you want to go straight to their Kickstarter, or their link tree is also linked, so you can find all their other social media, like their Twitter and everything like that. So go and check that. Go and check out their Kickstarter, see what they had on offer. There was lots of cool stuff that they did have available, including merch and custom stuff and all that good stuff that you would expect a visual novel Kickstarter to have. I'm such a sucker for merch. I love merch. I want to make so much merch for my games, but then I actually have to buy the art for it, and then I have to design it, find references of what I want. I have to get it produced. I have to pay the shipping for it. Merch is kind of a nightmare, especially when you have to buy it in bulk and you don't really sell a lot of it. I still have leftovers from my Kickstarter, which was in 2021. Ugh, that was too long ago. Disgusting. But yeah, so thank you for joining me today. I am so suspicious of the fact that I've only got like a few lines left. I know what's gonna happen. On Monday, I will be playing through some of Keyframes. That has been something else that has been recommended to me, and the devs have also asked if I would on the channel, so I'm super excited to do that. I've heard a lot about Keyframes, and I know a lot of people are very excited about it, so I am keen to play through a bit of that. So join me on Monday at 10 a.m. For Keyframes. And if you would like to keep up to date with what's happening with my studio or my channels, I have Twitter, I have Blue Sky, I have Discord. You can find me in most places at either Cats and the Lilypad Studios or at Cats Lilypad or Cocolo Covers. There's some commands within within Twitch and YouTube where you can find some links like !Discord or !Studio, which will take you to, which will provide you with links. There's also all in my profile and description boxes that you can find just about everything. Moonflower is currently on sale at the moment. It's got 35% off on Steam for Season of Pride, and we're also going into the autumn sale for Steam, so that'll continue through that as well. So that's a great time to pick that up if you haven't already. So yeah, thank you for joining me, and I hope to see you back again on Monday when we play Keyframes. Thank you. Bye-bye.